Whoa, jump scare. Hello, everyone. It is Sunday, my dudes. Thank you so much, Mama, for the tier 1 sub. Says, I'm hungry. Will someone grill me a cheese? I'm sorry, I'm working, or otherwise I would love to. I made some sausage biscuit earlier. If you had just been a little bit more on it, you would have gotten some sausage biscuit. Anyway, what's up? Yeah, hello. K-Tick, there's Mama, there's Gayfish. Zypation, there's Mersh on a different website because, yeah, I've realized. So when I try to get on my alt on Twitter, it's now x.com, but on my main account, it's still twitter.com. So I'm sure that it's that changeover. I always suggest with your login to the website here, you should put your, like, a couple of different accounts on there, you know, like your Google and your Twitch or something, so that you have two different ways to log in case one of them, like, you forget the password or something like that. But anyhow, it doesn't really matter. Y'all have been able to figure out how to get back on the website regardless. So look at that number go up. Brr. $5 dono to start us off. At least I assume. It doesn't tell me if you do like 3 months. Chat, welcome back. Yeah, linking Discord and Twitter and Twitch. Right, and it's good to link your Discord as well, so that if you get a subscription on the website or a gifted sub or whatever, then you get the fun colored name in Discord as well. Isn't that wonderful? Yeah, just the cheese, right? So how is everybody's weekend going? I had leg day on Friday, and I'm definitely feeling it a little bit today, you know? Definitely, like, you know, the back of my right thigh is got a little bit of soreness. Happy Pride, of course. Hello to everyone in the YouTube chat. Are you suggesting that changing in an extremely recognizable brand name, including the domain name, is going to make things worse? Listen, how could I possibly suggest such a thing? Yeah, it's 1 week from now that so I will not be here next Sunday. And I think probably I'm going to also take the following Wednesday and then just give myself a little break, because that weekend is not going to be restful for me. Like, I'm going to a party thing. I'm going to be go, go, go all day long. YouTube audio seems low. Well, it's exactly where it always is on my end. So I cannot help you. Like, I cannot boost it anymore. So yes, it will be next Sunday that I'm gone, and probably the following Wednesday as well. I do have a fun little announcement. For anybody who's interested. So I have been officially welcomed as a regular host on the Transatlantic Call-In Show over on The Line, if any of you are familiar. It's a call-in show thing, and specifically the show that I contribute to is the trans-specific one. The rest of the shows on the network are kind of like generally atheist-oriented and in like different intersections of like other social issues. Like, they have another show called Chewed Gum, which is women talking about women's issues from that atheist perspective or whatever. So next month, or rather this month, it's June now. This month, I'm going to be on the Transatlantic Call-In Show like 3 times. So if you've been looking forward to seeing me on Takis, I'm going to be on there like 3 times. So that's awesome, wonderful. Really looking forward to being a regular contributor on the show. I've also only ever been on the show with Arden, and she's wonderful. Like, no complaints about that. But this month I'm going to be on with several other hosts and, you know, having an opportunity to get to know everybody a little bit. So that's going to be fun. I hope so. Jackie, thank you so much for your $6.10 donation. Very specific. Happy Pride. Yes. Happy Pride. Do I have... Ooh, here. This is fun for me. Hold on. I have flags. Oh, dropping one. Whee! Happy Pride. I got trans flag. And I got gay flag. Whee! Hey, hi. Trans Cat Dad in the YouTube chat. Hello. On the alt account. Yes, good to see you. Thank you so much for chilling and hanging by. Whee! What kind of scheduling quotas does that mean for a month? 3 times a month? I think technically there is no minimum requirement, but I would like to be on there at least once a month. But I'm gonna go ahead and be on there like 3 times this month, so it's gonna be good stuff. Whee! Pride, 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 pride. Okay, let me add this donation to the total before I forget, because that would be very rude of me. Number go up. Brr. Wait, oh shoot, hold on. Let me make sure this is... There we go. Now it's gonna show up. Cool, I did it. Can you ask Hardin if she wants to collab for me? Listen. I don't actually even know if she's really doing that a lot right now. I think she's kind of trying to lean away from it some. I saw Kitty Tech saying something earlier about new parenthood. I missed my first 2 days of workouts last week, but when I went to the gym for leg day again, I was able to up my weights a whole bunch. I'm squatting 155 now. Ooh! I am working my way up to being able to do squats with any real amount of weight. Right now I am still trying to just ease into it, recovering from my back injury. La Tigre, you have not missed anything yet. We're just waving flags and kind of chilling and talking about whatever for a little while. We do have a couple serious news topics later on. There were 3 suggestions in the Discord that I was looking at possibly covering. Realistically, probably only 2 of them. So one is, we have a good news, which was that Governor Ron DeSantis tried to say, oh, anything in the state of Florida that we usually do to put up pride colors, we're instead going to declare it Freedom Month and put up red, white, and blue. And then they lit up the bridge in question with rainbow anyway. So that's a fun little story. In bad news, we've been covering this whole thing in the UK regarding youth access to puberty blockers. They keep escalating the attacks on that, basically, to the point now where, so not only is it like you cannot get puberty blockers as a trans kid, cis kids can. Trans kids can't get puberty blockers on the NHS. Okay, that's where it started. And then it was like, okay, well, if you're getting this healthcare on the private healthcare, then we're going to basically potentially open an investigation about that. And now they've basically stated it's now illegal to possess puberty blockers. So you can't get them on the NHS. You were able to get them privately, and if you possess them privately now, then that's literally illegal. And they cite the CAS report, and the CAS report actually was saying, hey, it kind of sucks that the wait times are so long. Can we maybe look into that and see if we can improve the quality of this care? So they're citing the CAS report, and they're doing like the opposite of what the CAS report recommended. It's real dumb, and really bad news to get on May 31st is when they sent out this letter. So very bad news. Really bummer way to start Pride. So we'll save that till the end, probably. There was another story regarding Kansas and how the Supreme Court just saw a case and declared that the interpretation of the state constitution is that we don't actually have a right to vote. Like, the majority on the court held that there is no constitutional right to vote according to the state constitution. And I don't think I want to cover that because, like, I don't want to think about it, mainly. Yeah, they realized that citing the Bible wasn't working, so they're switching to the CAS report. So many dicks in chat. Ooh, Kitty's gonna be planting 2 pear trees, a second pomegranate bush, a corkscrew willow, and more blueberries. I feel like a dwarven druid digging and planting and digging and planting. Yeah. I kind of wish we had people who deliberately exist in the activism and sex work spaces, but even the most progressive LGBTQ plus organizations are falling to respectability politics in this regard. Like how much of feminism and LGBTQ plus rights have been fought on the front of anti-sex work law. Right now, it's pretty much just Pierre B ratioing labor's pride post on Twitter. Yeah, I mean, I guess I haven't really thought about it that much, but like it is probably the case that it's kind of like the respectability thing. You're right, that non-sex workers don't want, their particular movement to be affiliated with sex work. I try to be respectful. Like, the fans of this show we call the Hordes or the Horde, like HOARD, as in the Dragon's Horde. But people try to make the joke like Hordes, like spelling it like the anti-sex worker slur. And I always try to discourage that because I don't think I or most people in my community can really reclaim that slur. And I feel like it's one of the ways that I can show solidarity to sex workers to discourage y'all from making that joke. Yeah, I guess I don't really, there's not really many opportunities to talk about sex work. Those aren't the kind of stories that I get. Like, those are not the kind of stories that I see in my feed and everything. We did talk about Fosta Sesta recently. Zypation says, voting is supposed to be a right and not a privilege in general, which is why the monetary cost of IDs for homeless voters has been subject to scrutiny. Right-wingers tend to think you don't deserve a vote if you can't afford a voting tax, and that turns it to a privilege down from a right. Right, like the whole, there's this entire thing about how you used to be required to own land. Like, you had to be white, you had to be male, and you had to be a landowner in order to vote at the very beginning of this country. Super sleepy. Understandable. I mean, you have a brand new baby, so that makes sense. Yeah, like, you should be able to just vote by default. There should be really dramatic extenuating circumstances that take away your right to vote. Mersh says, Stormy Daniels has helped the status of sex workers in American society. She's helped Trump get 34 felony convictions. I mean, honestly, I do find it really surprising. By the way, hit the like button if you're in here and you're enjoying hanging out and talking about whatever, shooting the shit. It always immediately helps the show. And it's free. Thanks. So, yeah, this whole thing about, God damn it, I keep dropping this thing I'm fidgeting with. This whole thing about Stormy Daniels and the fact that so many Republicans are like, I'm still going to vote for him, or even this has made me double down and decide that I'm going to vote for him even harder. It's like, these are people who are ostensibly, and I'm sure that they haven't changed their opinions. I'm sure that it's just a serious case of cognitive dissonance, but for them to be going, yeah, it's so based and cool that not only did Trump cheat on his wife, he cheated on her with a sex worker, and then he paid off the sex worker with ostensibly campaign funds, right? Like, that was the primary issue. It was not that he paid her to stay quiet. It was like where the money came from. But yeah, I wonder, I don't think that it's going to result in more respect for sex workers. the land ownership rule itself was partisan to the right. Oh, unsurprising, for sure. The Non-Aesthetic Witch says, I'm going to be using OnlyFans to raise money for various charities in the coming months. I don't know if that counts as sex work activism. I think so. I've seen people do that before. If they're like, hey, if you donate to this cause and you can send me a receipt showing that you donated to this cause, I'll send you nudes. Like, yeah. Kitty Tech recommends, if you're going to be planting trees, to use mycorrhizae. It's a subterranean fungal microbe that helps plants with root development and nutrient uptake. They will also help if you have help you to have better yields if you put them in your garden beds. That's very cool. So yeah, I'm not sure how. So I do basically, I don't know how the Stormy Daniels thing is going to reflect on sex workers. What I do know is that this is going to galvanize Trump's base. Like, I don't know if any charges you could bring against him would hurt his case at this point. Like, as far as like his electability, you know, it seems to me as though like he was right when he said that he could shoot someone in the middle of the street and he would still get a ton of votes. If anything, people would be like, based, so cool. Like, now I'm gonna go get the kind of gun that he used, you know? Like, it's not like her being a porn star had anything to do with the case, really, other than motivating Trump to cover up the affair more. I still feel like I'm unable to make any predictions as to which person is gonna win the election, you know? Like, it just still feels to me like it's very uncertain. I would have to start, like, really looking closely at the states that are typically, like, swing states. Because I mean, you know, in red states, they're going to keep going red. Blue states are, for the most part, going to keep going blue. It's those, like, 7 states that kind of swing either way. Trump's voter base scares me. I would like to put up an anti-Trump billboard on the property, but I'm afraid someone in town would literally set it on fire. Yeah. That is the thing about basically anywhere in the country. If you live somewhere that's hyper liberal and you live in the most liberalist part of the state, like if you live literally in Seattle, then you might be relatively safe from arson and hate crimes. But if you get any further out of there, like, yeah, semi-rural Oregon or anywhere in Kansas, like, uncomfy, welcome in. Are felons allowed to be president in the US? So there is no explicit rule against it. Mersch does point out that being a felon makes it illegal for him to get security clearances, serve in the military, which could prevent him from acting as commander-in-chief, owning a gun, voting, etc. Well, it depends on where you live, the voting thing. Mersch adds that convicted felons cannot travel to the UK, Israel, China, etc. The felony is a serious political impediment and a disgrace to the GOP. It is a problem for the Republican Party. They've lost their, quote, moral position. I don't know that they care. I don't know that anyone in the Republican Party, maybe like a couple individual people, care about having the moral high ground. But it's not even about that. Like, I genuinely don't even think it's about that. I want to change the colors. Let's do red. Yeah? There we go. That's nice. Okay. Ain't no rule says a dog can't play basketball. Exactly. So there's no explicit rule against felons being president. And there's like, technically, I don't think any restriction on being president from jail. Running for president from jail you can do because it's been done before. Grenadine Octopus, great name, says, as someone who lived in Seattle for 6 months, my trans flag outside my apartment was indeed lit on fire. Right, so it's like even in what is considered to be like one of the fucking liberal meccas in this country, there's no guarantee. Like, there's a reason why I don't hang my flags outside. There's a reason why I don't put, like, gay-related stickers on my car unless they're pretty obscure, like, hard to identify. Hello, Max. Welcome in. It's a good Sunday. Love Sunday shows, because Sunday shows mean that our friends across the pond get to join in and say hello in the chat. Isn't that wonderful? 56 concurrent viewers. If you've not hit the like button, consider hitting the like button. It's free. It helps the show. Just hate zealots. I mean, fair. Happy Pride topic, I hear. Yeah. We'll get around to actual Pride topics, I guess, later. I don't know. Do we have anything Pride specific today? Not really. I have flags. Yay! Nethercat, welcome to the website. If the election interference case in Georgia results in a conviction, that will prevent him from being president, as that one falls under the, quote, high crimes clause. That's not likely to be decided until after the election, though. Right. Like, that's the thing. The fucking process of getting all these things litigated takes forever. And it's gonna be like November, and the thing's gonna be over by then. Pride hot topic. I swear Spencer's always has gay shit. I hadn't been in a Spencer's store for a long time, and I was in one recently-ish, and yeah, they have a lot of gay shit in there. And also they have like butt plugs and stuff in there, which is wild. We're doing gay wrath instead of gay pride. Yes, the White Leaf site. It confers some notoriety. Yeah, we could always do the classic kink at Pride and cops at Pride topics, which we apparently must relitigate every single year. Maybe I've just really successfully blocked all the right people on Twitter, but I haven't seen any discourse about this. Spencer says always had sex toys. Well, I guess the last time I was in a Spencer's, I was under the age of 18, so. We stan a low-key sex store in the mall. I mean, you can get sex toys at Walmart now, can't you? You can get, like, little vibrators and stuff at Walmart. Where do you recommend getting pride flags? I don't fucking know. I'm a bad person and I get mine off of Amazon. Whee! My birthday's this month. Happy early birthday. Amazing. Yes. I'm just gonna gesticulate with pride flags the whole show. Can you hear them? Yeah, surely you can hear them a little bit. Okay, maybe that's too annoying. Can I put them in my hair? They're gonna be way off the screen if I put them in my hair. Please don't buy sex toys at Walmart without serious research that they're safe. Yeah, Ooh, there we go. I did it. Look at it. There we go. Yeah. Oh, that's good stuff. I look like a dork, and that's absolutely for it. Put them at 45-degree angles. I mean, it's... I'm kind of just stuck them in my ponytail. I don't know that I'm going to get them much more precise than that. I look like an alien with antenna. Yes, they're just going to slide together again. Galian, yes! Yeah, I increased the latency on the show recently so that it can do the live captioning. For the longest time, I just didn't have captions on the streams, and I thought, you know, blah blah blah, accessibility, whatever. I should turn on closed captioning, but it only works if it's on like the highest latency that YouTube will do. Ollie says, last year I spent Pride getting into a big pissing match with one of the organizers because she was letting the Department of Corrections march in the parade despite there being a petition to prevent that. She was letting them march despite a bill just being passed that took gender-affirming care away from incarcerated people. Yeah, there was, I just don't understand, like, whenever cops are in the actual parade, I feel like I just would ignore them. I'm not gonna, like, boo them. I do kind of, I have the urge to do the, like, and just do that as they're going by, but I just feel like, at the very minimum, I'm not gonna acknowledge their presence in the parade. Like, okay, whatever, if you're there just kind of in attendance because cops need to keep the peace or whatever, like, yeah, if there's a shooting, I guess cops should be there, but also, are the cops actually gonna fucking do anything if there's an anti-trans protest shooting type thing? There are some queer cops, they do exist. Cool. If they want to go to Pride, then they need to do it not in uniform and off the clock, and they need to vow not to participate in any, like, policing at the event. This has been my opinion for years. I literally have a video on my channel from years ago. Ooh, 63 viewers. Hello, everybody. Yeah, like, I've held the same opinion for years, and that opinion is, like, if cops want to attend Pride, they need to not be in uniform, and they need to not participate in any policing activities while they're there. Like, I shouldn't know that you're a cop if you want to be a gay cop at Pride. Like, those two things to me are just fundamentally incompatible. Like, first of all, why are you a cop in the first place? But mostly, why are you, like, there's like a directly adversarial relationship. This is the thing. Like, you know, I know somebody who got arrested for, like, a cannabis related charge, and like do the officers agree with this? Like, that's the thing, is, like, it doesn't matter whether the officers agree with the law. Like, if the cops believe that cannabis should be legal, or if the cops believe that being gay should be legal, you know, going back to the whole, if you're going back to the whole, like, Stonewall shit, then, like, this is the thing about cops, is that you stop being a human person to me when you are in uniform, because you have to leave your own judgment at the door as a cop. You have to leave your own moral compass at the door. Now you're enforcing someone else's ethical code. Now you are subject to a bunch of bureaucratic bullshit and you are functionally a gun pointed at the populace, enforcing laws that are unjust many times, enforcing laws that you might personally not even agree with. But okay, it's your job to do something that you don't agree with. Like, you are not a person to me. No kink at Pride, broke. No cops at Pride, woke. True. Fesh says, I don't want them there at all. Cops are our enemy. If you're a gay cop, you're a traitor to us, 100%. I don't disagree with you. That's why, like, was, you know, if you're a cop and you are gay and you want to be at Pride, there should be absolutely no way that I know that you're a cop. Because you're not welcome. If ACAB includes landlords, then also no landlords at Pride. True. Coffee. Yeah, exactly. Oliver says, cops are literally the hammer of the state. Being queer won't stop them from removing trans kids from their parents' homes because it's literally their job. If it's your job to go in and break up, like, the gay club, if it's your job to arrest parents who are selling drugs to support their families, like, I just don't respect you at all. Like, again, like, you are not a person. You are a gun pointed at me. Like, you're a predator. That's how my brain responds when I see a cop. It's like if I just saw a fucking mountain lion, you know? I'm like, don't get too close to it. Don't draw any attention. Don't make eye contact with it. Give it a wide berth. Like, this is how I feel about cops. I think marginalized people join the police hoping to, like, be the change and then get stuck about the money, possibly stuck and jaded. I mean, yeah, it's like, why are there black people who are cops? You know, when, like, police represent probably one of the greatest dangers to black lives in this country and other countries. Yeah, I remember I actually talked to Heem about that. I don't follow Heem anymore. I think he's fucking annoying. But I came on the stream with Heem to talk about, yeah, there was a trans girl. She was, like, streaming Minecraft, not going to high school because she wasn't allowed to use the bathrooms. So she was, well, it's not just that she wasn't allowed to use the bathrooms. She was not allowed to use the bathrooms at school, and so she was like, okay, well, if you're gonna restrict my rights, then provide me the work and I'll do it from home. And they failed to provide her with an adequate option for doing her schoolwork from home. And she was like, okay, well, you are denying me an education now because I can't reasonably be at school for 8 hours if I can't piss all day. And then, yeah, the cops ended up coming into her room while she was in the middle of live streaming, and, like, basically she got caught up for truancy. Like, yeah, you shouldn't have to go to school if that's the expectation. Like, what if you have a 3-story school and you have a 4-minute passing period? Do you think I have fucking time to go from the 3rd floor all the way down to the nurse's office or the teacher's office and then back up to my class? Yeah, Heem has garbo lib takes, agreed. I'm just quiet and respectful to cops because it won't do anything but get me on their list of, I would love to pull you over. We only have like 6 cops in our town. Yeah, if I ever have to talk to a cop, I'm gonna be nice. I'm gonna play up any southernisms to my speech that I have. Like, it's a survival tactic, though. being nice to cops. It's not because I think you deserve respect. It's not because I want to be nice to you. It's because you can, like, smash my face into the concrete with absolute, like, for no reason and with no repercussion to you whatsoever. Like, what, like, how are you supposed to interact with someone who can just smash your head into the concrete and not be held accountable for it in any way? And they can arrest you and accuse you of resisting arrest if you resist their violence. Like, there's just no point. Just be nice to them. Just try to get them to leave you alone. I thought he retired, though. Yeah, I haven't seen anything from him in a long time, but I don't follow him on Twitter or any other platform anymore. I know that he had a kid and he's, like, in school and stuff, so I don't know if he's still streaming at all. Excuse me. I ate sausage biscuits before the show, and it, like, the carbs, they're definitely hitting. Excuse me. My dad was a cop, and he arrested my own cousins various times throughout my life. I mean, I dislike that cops will give leniency to their family members. Like, that's a bad thing. And, like, you know, if you do a favor for a cop and then he looks the other way the next time you do something, you know, it's, like, obviously convenient, but that's, like, part of the fucking problem is that they can just use their judgment and, like, decide when and how to enforce the law. They can make up laws on the spot to enforce because they feel like arresting you for fun. Sausage and biscuits is a good euphemism for trans girls with good butts. That's totally fair. Yeah, it's a good mug. Shout out to my mother-in-law. She buys good mugs. I have 2 of these. I knew a Mexican once who joined the local police force. He eventually quit because he refused to bend to their bullshit. Yeah, I mean, probably one of my favorite individuals in the space is That Dang Phil, or That Dang Dad. He is an ex-cop. And, like, the first video I ever saw from him was talking about, you know, the toxic thing that is the whole institution. Like, how it changes you as a person, or the expectations of how you're supposed to change as a person in order to be able to continue in that job. And, like, the fact that he quit and now he's an abolitionist. Oh my God, Jasmine says, I know one person who became a cop and they started trying to confiscate people's weed at parties while they were off duty. He also dated exclusively 18-year-olds. Mm-hmm. Cute. Yeah, I love That Dang Dad. He's great. Yeah, you need 8 years of school to practice law, but only a 6-week course to enforce it. That's how it works. Oh, God. Listen, everybody. We're all getting older, okay? So you gotta take the time to stretch. You gotta take the time. Give yourself a little stretchy stretch. Buttermilk biscuits are pretty delicious, though. So I'm glad that I haven't seen... I think that, yeah, the cops at Pride discourse, I have a definitive opinion on that, and I think that it's the correct opinion. And I can understand why there might be people who are still catching up on that. So I feel like it's, you know, it's not a complete waste of time to have that conversation. I do think that the kink at Pride conversation is a waste of time, except insofar as, you know, it's like, it's a funny meme at this point to some extent. I've learned a lot hanging out with retired cops and retired lawyers, etc. over cigars and coffee. Helps me keep up with local politics. Learned a lot. That's fair. Like, a lot of folks who are retired out of those professions are fairly critical of them. Can't believe it's been a whole year since I called on to Takis to talk about cops at Pride. I think you were on for that one. I don't remember. It's great. It's actually pretty great that I'm going to be on the call-in show like 3 times throughout Pride Month. Isn't the law functioning differently because of one's familial relationships the definition of corruption? Probably. Speaking of biscuits, I highly recommend adding chorizo to your biscuits and gravy. I just did a regular, like hot, spicy sausage both of the times that I've made biscuits and gravy, and it's pretty delicious. Mersh says the main problem is that wealthy families with lawyers and good old boy networks of bigots in the South, right? It's like all the bigots are friends with each other. It's part of the problem. So if you get on one person's bad side, then oh, now there's a whole community of people who are all gonna harass you. Any hoozle. These are like weird pigtails now. Very uneven pigtails. I should have used spicy sausage as my stage name. I do adore drag names. Like, the puns are just so real. What are some of the best drag names y'all have ever heard? Blightning Brightling says, speaking of hot and spicy, Panda Express is currently selling spicy orange chicken and it's fire. Nice. I'm not usually a huge fan of Chinese food, but I could see that being yummy. Amanda Tory Meeting. That is a great drag name. Some of the GOP politicians who pass anti-gay and anti-trans laws are gay themselves. I've been told this by retired lawyers and lobbyists. They are doing it to keep their own trust funds and political power. I've heard that. I think that you should be careful with making those kind of... Like, I think, okay, if a politician gets exposed doing gay sex stuff in an airport bathroom, and they've been passing these bills, right, then it makes sense to make fun of that person. I do think that we should be kind of cautious taking that and like running with it and saying, oh, I guess all these politicians passing anti-gay laws are secretly gay themselves. Because first of all, most of these politicians are in fact just evil. They're not gay and repressing. And I think there is some merit to the idea that this kind of positions gay people as their own antagonists. Like that, I mean, basically that like self-hating gays are the reason for all of these anti-gay laws. My non-binary drag name would be Kentucky. That's a good one. Panda Express is Chinese food like Taco Bell is Mexican food. Yeah, of course. Yeah. I didn't even know that I've had good Chinese food. Like, I mean, yeah, there have been restaurants where I'm like, I enjoyed that Chinese food. But is there such thing as like authentic Chinese restaurant in the same way that there are like authentic Mexican restaurants? Excuse me. Yeah, like it's not gay people who invented homophobia. That is straight people. Groove Wonder says, I think you should shout confirmed cases and cases with evidence from the hills, but throwing around accusations can be dangerous. Yes. I'm not outing anyone, but I've learned about several from a lobbyist who knows them personally. He told me he knew for sure because the politician hit on him. Wow. The desperation. Orange chicken is one of my all-time favorite desserts. That's my problem with Chinese food, is that so much of it is so sweet. Dally says if we had authentic Chinese restaurants, most Americans wouldn't like it. Oh my god. I took another Ritalin before the show started. I'm like waiting for it to kick in. I started getting real tired right before the show, and I was like, why? Like, first of all, because you just ate carbs on carbs with some meat and fat in there. Like, okay. But also, yeah, the Ritalin that I took this morning started to wane. Only been listening, love the hat. Yeah, I just stuck these pride flags into my hair. Pride, 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 pride. Carbs, carbs, fat, carbs, carbs, and beans. I don't eat beans very often. Beans are not well loved in my household, so I don't cook with them much. Beast Fan says Florida somewhat loosened its don't say gay contagion laws, but doctors can still refuse to provide trans health care. Yeah, Florida fucking sucks. Dally says, I'm clarifying it. I'm not saying it's not Chinese in the restaurants, but knowing what I know, there is a difference between the restaurant and home dishes in Chinese families. Right. Anybody have fun plans for Pride this year? I am probably going to go to a small Pride celebration this month. I could go to Kansas City Pride, but Kansas City, I just feel like there's going to be way too many people and it's going to be very upsetting. Oh my God, too many people, nobody wearing masks. So I don't want to expose myself to that, but I am thinking about going to a smaller Pride celebration. But yeah, because Ollie asked if anybody has fun plans for Pride this year. Yeah, I mean, go to a small Pride celebration. I guess technically, like, it's a fun plan that I'm getting my tattoo finished this month, but it's not specifically a Pride thing. In fact, it's an envy thing instead of a Pride thing. That's a joke about the tattoo that I'm getting. And then, yeah, I'm going to be on the Transatlantic Collins show getting to deal with all of the Pride-related questions 3 times this month. Celebrating Pride by trying to fit in a record number of naps. Yes! Jason Jones is upset that I don't eat more beans. Womp womp. Pinto beans boiled all day with fat back, onion, salt, pepper, and garlic, and some savory white cornbread. Oliver? Okay, cool. Got it. I want to go to Casey Pride, but considering what happened at the Super Bowl parade, it probably won't be safe. Yes, that's part of it too. And also Casey Pride is like, it coincides with another event that I'm going to be at anyway, and it's going to be fucking hot. So I would not want to go to Kansas City Pride. Yeah, if anybody didn't hear about it, like the Super Bowl parade, the Kansas City Chiefs won the Super Bowl last year or earlier this year, whenever the hell that was, and there was a shooting, and I was like very freaked out because that's the first time in my existence that I've been like, oh my God, I know people who were there. Like, I saw their posts early in the morning, like, hey, here we are at the thing, wearing my Chiefs gear, out in this, crowd of people. And I was like, cool, I know those people. It does not surprise me that they're at this event not wearing masks, whatever. And then, yeah, like, seeing that there was a shooting and being like, oh my God, like, are all my friends okay? it was very different having that experience versus like, yeah, like it touched me very personally, the whole Pulse nightclub shooting, but I wasn't like worried that anyone I know was there. The Pride demon thing will live forever in my head. Yeah, like Pride Month, if you take the space and you squish it together, it says demon in the middle. My little no gay stuff town actually has a Pride event this year at a church, but still something. I feel like that makes it safer if it's gonna be at a church. I don't know if that's the case though. What's up, Agamotto? Love your hairpins. Yeah, I just jammed some pride flags into my ponytail. This wasn't really the plan when I started the show. It just happened this way. What happened to the Super Bowl parade? I mean, TLDR, there was a shooting. Like, and I don't think very many people got hurt. I can't remember if there were any deaths. Yeah, the guy, whoever it was, ended up getting, like, tackled pretty soon after opening fire, so it wasn't too bad. But yeah, it was just harrowing for me, having seen a bunch of my friends. Like, I do the Renaissance Festival every year, and so I've come to have a ton of friends, like, throughout the entire Kansas City area. Kansas City, Kansas, Kansas City, Missouri. So I knew like a significant number of people who were at the Super Bowl parade. And I can totally understand, like, the Super Bowl parade is not a politically charged event. You know, if somebody goes there and they do something violent, it's just because it's a big crowd of people and it gives them an opportunity to do something. But then you think about Pride and the fact that it's not only a huge celebration with a ton of people who are going to be there, and so someone who just wants attention or needs to work out their issues, obviously that's a venue for that, but then also this extremely politically charged period of time. And I know a lot of Pride parades this year are incorporating like a Free Palestine message, and a lot of Pride parades are prioritizing trans existence within the parade. Like, yeah, it's rainbow flags, but it's also the trans flag up front and center. So, yeah, in some place like Kansas City, I would feel less safe than I would at a small town Pride event. I've come to have a ton of friends. Wow, okay, fancy pants socialite McGee over here. So the thing is that my partner is actually more of a social butterfly than I am, so I kind of get to like benefit from that to some extent. And I'm not super close friends with all these people, but I think kindly of them, and I think they think kindly of me. So I'll call it. I'll accept that. I do look forward to the Ren Fair. It's going to be in the fall, so a few months away now. I missed my local Pride because my car is broken down and I couldn't find a ride. That's a bummer. I'm sorry. Outgrowing transgenderism. What a phrase. Hakuna Matata. Beast says, I'm hopeful that bone remodeling therapy shall become a common transgender affirming health practice. Is that a specific... Are you talking about like facial feminization surgery? I feel like FFS is fairly common. Like I'm actually curious. What do we think in chat? Do we think that FFS is more common for trans girls? or if bottom surgery is more common for trans girls. Have you heard the gays aren't allowed in Islam argument as an excuse to be pro-Israel? Yeah, I have heard that. I mean, a whole lot of like asking gay people like, oh, what do you think it would be like if you were in Palestine right now? Like, probably my house would have gotten bombed by Israel, mainly. Okay, yeah, I don't know what bone remodeling therapy is. I've never heard that before. I'm guessing FFS, but without any data to back it up. I think that bottom surgery is probably covered by insurance more often, and therefore that it might be more common on that basis. But a lot of girls get FFS because they're like, this is the part of my body that everybody sees. Like, I can wait on the bottom surgery stuff because that's private, but the fact that my face doesn't pass is like more of a daily obstruction. Anne says FFS is more common. Not sure about right now, but I think it'll get more and more towards FFS. Hard to say because FFS can mean a lot of different things, but bottom surgery, I see more people opting for faster where I live because it's covered by universal health care. Yeah, FFS is frequently considered cosmetic. So if you can crowdfund for it, then yeah, sure, lots of people get it first. But yeah, if your bottom surgery is covered, then I can see. Also, there's more and more of a zeitgeist of your genitals don't define you. Well, yeah, but I mean, it's still a point of dysphoria. I missed something because I thought FFS was for fuck's sake. It means facial feminization surgery. I would say if you get just a nose job, then I would just call that a nose job. I think FFS is typically a combination of surgeries all done at once, where like typically you'll see stuff like brow reduction and mandible contouring and a lip lift and a tracheal shave kind of, and maybe even a nose job, but like all at the same time. Like I think of FFS as being a little bit more intensive than just a nose job. If we counted lip fillers and a nose job as FFS, then probably that would be more common. Yeah. I love the idea of FFS. I'm gonna get my face partially peeled off my skull, my bones shaved, and then sewn back up. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's so fascinating because, like, graphic warning, they make the incision across the top here, and then they peel your face down, and then, like, basically, as far as I understand it, they go in and, like, grind, like, and cut the bone off right here, and then they lift it off your face, and then they break the bone and make it smaller and contour it down, and then they reaffix it with screws. Fascinating. My bottom surgery would be covered if I went to an in-network surgeon, which there isn't one, but they'd pay only like 20%, so it was never going to be something I could afford. That's a bummer. My sweetie wants FFS. True. For me as a trans man, I do want top surgery. I'm fine with my current genitals, but not gonna lie, it would be pretty cool to have a dick. Just don't know if the current advancements in dick making are good enough for what I want. Yeah. I kind of struggle with this a little bit because it's like, what is good enough? What does good enough mean? And like, is that even medically possible? Like, if current technology allows us to have urethral lengthening and erectile function and full nerve sensation, then like what else are you wanting out of it? I had no idea that's what my friend went through when she had FFS done. That's wild. You can pick and choose little, you don't have to get all of it done. But if you're getting like a full, serious facial feminization surgery, yeah, it's the brow reduction. They sometimes also adjust the hairline, like bring the hairline down, make the forehead smaller by just like bringing the hairline down. Sometimes like maybe cheek implants, like cheekbone implants, contouring of the jawline, sometimes contouring of the jawbone here to make it more pointy, to give that heart shape. And like, yeah, often a tracheal shave, but it depends on whether you're willing to take the risks about the voice stuff. And yeah, like I know somebody who had a lift lip, so they just kind of like brought the lip up a little bit and like made her top lip a little bit bigger. Trans people in general are opting for body mods, and fewer surgical options as a whole seems to be more common. It's shocking how much eyelashes and maybe a tattoo or filler can change how faces look. Yeah, fair enough. Like, you don't necessarily have to go in for like a $100,000 surgery. My transhumanist ass will not be sated until we have hot swap genitalia. Give me the robo-ussy. Yeah. TBH, I just don't know a lot about it at this time. Oh, that's fair. And like, uncomfy, I will say that there is a ton of misinformation about bottom surgery. So, my recommendation, if you want to really seriously learn about like dick creating surgeries, is get in Facebook groups where people are talking about their actual surgical experiences. And also r/fallow on Reddit sometimes has people who are post-op talking about their experiences. There's so much misinformation. Like, when people say, I'm just going to wait to get bottom surgery because it's not where I want it to be. Like, part of my brain tingles because I'm like, you have been probably fed some misinformation. Like, you probably think that it is worse than it is by a lot. Like, of course, there are some things that it can't accomplish. Like, you're not going to be able to have a grower. It's not going to shrink up. I mean, yeah, like you can either have, like you can have an erectile device that gets smaller, like, and then gets bigger, like inflates and then deflates essentially. But, yeah, like phalloplasty was created for cis men who had their dick blown off or who were born with a micropenis. So they're made to give cis men everything that they're missing from having a dick. So they're like, I think way better. I think that there's kind of an assumption that like, because it's a trans-related healthcare thing, that it's just not very good or something. But yeah, like they do the nerve hookup and it has full erotic and temperature and pressure sensation and urethral lengthening, like erectile devices. You can get like photorealistic tattooing so that it basically like, I know trans men who are stealth, who've had sex with people who did not know that their dick was not one that they were born with. Because it's like, at that point, it's literally functionally exactly the same. It's just like having a shower. You just have a shower. That's the whole thing. When I was younger, I heard of FTMs losing sensation down there. Right, like I'm not going to say that it goes perfect every time, and like different surgical methods have different surgical results. But yeah, like you'll basically always have your original sensation, even if you opt to have your original like glands buried. They cover it with like a thin layer of skin essentially, and it's still manually stimulated like through the skin. Like you can still stimulate it. So even if you don't end up with the full range of sensation in your graft site, most people don't lose the ability to orgasm. Yeah, medical tattooing is really cool. This one person I know who had phalloplasty actually had their surgeon's signature worked into their medical tattooing as like part of the vein design. Very, very, very cool. Hylian says, if you're going to Pride, be safe, but enjoy every minute of it because it could always be the last one depending on what happens in the country in the next couple of years. Yeah, enjoy it. Network, make friends. Dick science, true. You know, we like to counter misinformation here. I feel like there's so much readily available info about, you know, surgery for trans girls and not as much for trans guys and non-binary surgery options and everything. Oh, drink more water. Yeah, that's fair enough, Mama. One day I might be able to afford bottom surgery, but right now I'm saving to move out of Texas. Gonna move in with my parents for a bit to save cash until I can scram from the state at the end of the year. Fucking true. True. I'm like, you know, I'm gonna finish paying for this tattoo that I'm getting this month, and other than that, I'm trying not to spend a shit ton of money. I'm like, I am careful with how I spend money at the grocery store. You know, I buy stuff when it's on sale, best I can. I know, like, we cook, usually, like, I cook for my family dinners. We don't, like, eat out very much. We do eat out, like, you know, once or twice a week, maybe, but it's, you know, I'm thinking about, like, you know, what are ways that I can save money? And I'm making more money right now than I have previously with the show, which, like, thank you all. Like, that's from donations, that's from views on the channel, getting me, like, ad revenue. And so I'm like, trying to save up what I can, and then I probably am still gonna have to run a GoFundMe to make sure. I'm, like, starting to look into the whole moving costs thing, and it is not gonna be inexpensive. Misinformation is my drag name. It's a good one. It's solid. Yeah, highly recommend checking out the, you know, the FTM subreddit, the Fallow subreddit, and if you go to Facebook and you type in, like, FTM bottom surgery, you'll probably find some of the bottom surgery groups. I think the GoFundMe is wise. Yeah, like, I'm I'm looking at what the rent is like in, like, Oregon, for example, and a lot of the places there, or at least some of the places I've looked at, it's like they want a deposit, and then when you move in, they want first and last month's rent, and they, you know, there's obviously, like, utilities and pet fees and stuff, and then also looking at the cost of a U-Haul, and, like, okay, the U-Haul itself is pretty expensive. You know, towing my car is part of it, and then when you're on the way there, it's like a 2,000-mile trip, so there's gonna have to be at least one night in a hotel, if not 2 hotel nights. So it's like, okay, and then paying for gas and trying to decide what's the best route to take so that you're gonna end up having, like, less gas. Because of course, if I'm going from Kansas up through the mountains, like, if, you know, trying to pick the path that's going to end up with, like, you know, the least amount of going straight up the side of a mountain going on, Penske can be cheaper than U-Haul. I'll look into it. Do you have to get rid of the vagina to have the fully functional weenie peenie? Some surgeons will not do urethral lengthening unless you have the vaginectomy. Because if you think about it, like, the like, female placement urethra, quote unquote, 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 it's, like, right there next to like, okay, anatomy time. There's the clitoris, and then there's like the urethra hole, and then the vagina hole right underneath that, right? And so you have to create like a tube from your original urethra hole and then connect that to the base of the penis. And then it has to go all the way up through the penis to the tip, right? This is where the greatest amount of complications comes in, is urethral lengthening, whether you're having vaginectomy or not. So like some surgeons will not do the urethral lengthening unless you have the vaginectomy, because like, what, are you gonna like have sex with your original vagina hole and like have all this friction on your, like the outside of your very, very thinly walled urethra? There are complication risks involved with that. But some surgeons will. From Kansas, I would say 2 nights, especially in winter months. That was kind of my thought process, is like, you know, if it's going to be like a 30 odd hour drive, what, am I going to do 2 16-hour days and then show up at night to my new place? Like, probably you want to like do 2 big chunky days of driving and then 1 day of not very much driving, so that you can move your shit into the place on the 3rd day, right? I don't know. I feel like it's a little silly that I'm planning those kind of things right now when like the move is not going to happen for a while, but it, like, I guess helps me feel a sense of control if I'm thinking about it now and I'm planning ahead for it now. I might have to DM you or something, Kitty Tick, because that's not exactly the path that Google gave me. A path that it was like up through Nebraska into South Dakota, across southern Montana, but then up to Spokane, Washington, and then down through Portland. So yeah, I'm gonna have to look into it. I think you may have even seen the same person as me, Oliver. Like, because I have seen people, yeah, who have like, they get the dick, they get the balls, but then they like, they lift up the dick and the balls, and there's still like their T-dick, and then the hole. But that's like, I think that person does not have urethral lengthening. So you have to be cool with still sitting down to pee with that particular arrangement. It's like, it goes up and around them. I was looking at like an elevation chart, and it seemed like the path that it gave me up to Spokane was like, it actually circumvents a lot of the highest elevation areas. But yeah, that's why, I guess that's part of why you start thinking about it 6 or 7 months ahead of time, is to make sure you have like the most solid plan possible. Going through northern Nevada to Reno, and then north at Winnemucca into Oregon, you're still going to have mountains and snow, but you get to the elevation slowly through Nevada. I hope PPV gets more common. Yeah, penile preserving vaginoplasty. I think that, you know, it's getting more common, but I've also heard some people say like it's tricky to do that and also preserve your ability to still maintain an erection. After Montana, also avoid driving through Idaho. Yeah, what's wrong with Idaho? I mean, a lot of things probably, but urinary complications make me a little too scared to get fallow with UL. Honestly, I want to be one of the few lucky people to get a penile transplant. It is in early development. Fistulas scare me a little, and I already have chronic UTIs if I don't keep my estrogen supply up. Yeah, that's definitely tricky. I have no particular desire to get urethral lengthening. Like, standing to pee is not a priority for me, so like, it's easy, I guess, and it's like easier for me to say, oh yeah, well, whatever. It's just like it's basically the same. Like, you know, the kind of surgery that I would like to get is one that would not have as much like risk of complications because I'm not gonna get UL if presented with the opportunity. Texas does a legislative session every other year, so I've got until 2025 to skedaddle. You know, like if you can move back in with your folks, I mean, that's a great way to save money. And it'll, you know, if you keep working and what if you just keep getting a lengthening every year to have a whole tentacle? Listen, don't tempt me, Frodo. But yeah, you know, if you live in Texas, anybody who lives in Texas, I recommend you get the fuck out as soon as humanly possible. Basically, if you live in any Republican state, I just see things getting more and more polarized. My friend and I have a pact. If genital swap surgery comes out, we're going to trade. The problem with that is that you have to be on immunosuppressant drugs forever. That's the thing. If you can have your own stem cells grow a genitals, I can understand if people are like, I want to wait for stem cell grown genitals, because then it's your own body cells. But if you do like a genital swap or a transplant type thing, then you have to take immune suppressant drugs, and there's like still a risk that your body's going to reject it. What if the tentacle was prehensile? Stop. Yes, my dick in a box. It's true. The tentacle thing is straight up kink city for me, all right? If any of you remember the Pokemon Smash or Pass video, you know that the tentacles are a thing for me, okay? The market's about to dip. 2025 will be a good year to buy. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm planning to lease that entire year. Basically, like, if things go according to plan, then I'm going to be moving in, like, December this year, or maybe January. And then, ideally, signing a 1-year lease. And then, hopefully, figuring out a place to buy during the course of that year, because I'm fucking done renting. I'm so tired of that shit. Having a tentacle for genitals is very it's energy. True. My family and I will likely move to Oregon before too long. Depends on what Kansas does because it's so split currently. Living in the metro is pretty safe. Sure, yeah. You know, there are a couple of really liberal places in Kansas. I just don't like that, you know, if I still live here, by the time my driver's license gets renewed, like my driver's license is going to be forcibly reverted back to my sex assigned at birth. And I just would like to have a choice about that. If you go to Oregon, then you can just self-declare, yeah, I want the X on there. Thank you, please. And I don't like that I don't feel like I can safely use public restrooms. Like, I already was avoiding public restrooms for the most part, and now I'm like, well, shit. I need to make sure that I look like a female and then use the female restroom because that's what I'm legally required to do. It's good to know that there are other people living in Kansas, though, who are like, I'm planning to move up PNW way because, yeah, it's just like affirming, I guess, to know that I'm not the only person who has like a bug out plan. And it sucks too. I don't know if you feel the same way, Chris, but like, I always kind of felt like Kansas was not too bad. Like, yeah, it's gerrymandered and you know, whatever. Like, we do tend to we have bad taxes and stuff like that. And like, but I just kind of always, maybe it's because I have always lived in places like basically Kansas City, which is really pretty liberal. And like, even when I go visit other places in Kansas, I tend to visit places that are pretty liberal. And so it's actually kind of weird to me that things are so, like, intensely conservative right now. I don't know. My baby has X on the birth certificate. It's great. I've had people be both impressed and sad for us when I tell them, why? Why sad for you? That's awesome. Top surgery with prehensile tentacles. Top surgery? Is that top surgery with prehensile tentacles? Does that mean that the nips are tentacles? Woo! That's a whole new meaning to the whole calm your tits proposition. Virginia's fairly purple. So far, I seem to be fairly safe and well integrated in society. However, I do have problems with discrimination. Usually it's when new management is hired, etc., or I have to go to a public restroom with strangers. My problem is not interactions with people every day, but from the passing by bigot from out of town. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. like out of towners coming in bothering you about the and like all of your community is basically cool with you. It does make you wonder if you, quote, rob them of gender experiences they could have given them, but they get so much more in return. Like, raising a kid, like putting X on their birth certificate, for example, and then raising your kid like you're open, you're gender open. I think that people get it twisted where, you know, the way that we currently operate is we raise girls like girls and we raise boys like boys. And so if you're like, I'm raising my kid in a gender neutral way, there's this presumption that you're like enforcing gender neutrality on them, which is by and large not the case. It's like I have an awareness that if you give a kid all these opportunities and all these different things that they can do, all these different toys and everything, by the time they're age 3 to 5, developmentally, they will know their gender. If you just give them the space and you let them like experiment or whatever, most kids know by that age. So yeah, it's not like you're saying, oh no, you're not allowed to play this sport because it's a gendered sport and I'm raising you gender neutral and I'm enforcing that on you. No, it's like you let the kid guide and go, okay, well, I had a little kid that was born female, but they want to play football or whatever, and we're going to make sure that happens. I don't think that anybody's kid should play football. To be clear, that was just an example of a gendered sport. But no kids should play football. It is so bad for you. I mean, you know, you can't stop a kid, but if you were gonna like, yeah, if you could dissuade the kid from playing football, that would probably be best. Like, I have a family member who's in like middle school right now, and you know, that kid is into basketball and wrestling and track. And like, I do think that their parent would probably be like, I don't want you to play football. In my state, in order to change my gender and name, I have to jump through so many hoops that it's recommended to get a lawyer. Yeah. I need to finally update my fucking birth certificate. I've never done that. And I'm like about to leave the state, so I probably should figure it out. Chris says, accurate. I felt like Kansas was all right. I live in Lansing, so it's not too bad. That being said, I'm privileged because I pass 100% of the time and I don't have to renew my license for the max time, so I've got time. Yeah, I have a couple years before my license gets renewed, but I'm going to be not here by then. Yeah, we aren't asking our kid to pass as a non-binary person. Yeah. We're going to be homeschooling, and we'll be paying the school to let us participate in clubs and sports. Football's the only nope for me. You cannot play that until you are an adult if you desperately want to. Yeah, and I'm still going to disapprove of your decision. Abhorrent Arcana. Such a great name. I will find a way to get a brain injury regardless of the sport. Those deeply uncoordinated kids. It's like, there's nothing you can do to avoid getting hurt. You're gonna slip and fall anyway. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I see that you're struggling with having a new baby and the whole spelling and communication department. I appreciate y'all being here, even though you have a brand new baby. Oh, it's the computer being dumb. I see. It's the computer. Okay. We've already passed 69 likes. I wasn't even paying attention. Can we get to 100 likes today? Maybe. Maybe. Also, if we get to $100 of dono, I will take off my hoodie and flex my muscles. I'm in the middle of a bulk right now, so if there's going to be changes to my muscles, they're going to be happening now. Get involved for muscle mommy time. I get a brain injury every time I have to explain why I'm moving to a liberal. Fucking true. Yeah, I guess Arden does live in Texas, so you wouldn't be too far away. I keep forgetting. Like, yeah, I do know trans people who live in Texas. Get out of there. Baby does sleep a lot. You trigger the subwoofer and they like the vibes. Ooh, okay. I've never heard someone tell me that I'm helping their baby sleep. That's pretty exciting. Baby sleeps 18 hours a day right now, but not during my favorite hours. You know, the nighttime ones? I legit wonder what would happen if a birth certificate X person visits a state where the law is must use a bathroom matching birth certificate. Yeah. I think that it's basically, in a lot of places I've seen this exemption that if you are born intersex, then that's an Americans with Disability Act exception to that law. I'm not totally sure, though. She's in Austin, which is a short drive for me. Ugh. Ramstein, isn't that metal? My oldest kid loved Ramstein for sleep. Yep. I get really emotional when I'm thinking, like, I picked up a sticker recently that was, like, Kansas with the trans flag, like, superimposed on it. It's just, like, the cutout state of Kansas shape with the trans flag on it. And I was like, bro, I'm gonna cry. Like, it's so sad to be like, I'm like, politically not in a good place. And I was born here. But, you know, hopefully things will be better. If I were to try to do the thing, like, the stuff that I would like to do in terms of, you know, making sure that there's plenty of food in the case of, like, supply chain disruptions and everything, it's harder to do in Kansas. So, you know, moving somewhere further north where there's going to be more temperature stability and things like that. Like, you know, so there's like the two-pronged reason. One, political persecution, and two, I want to be able to eat. Ooh, which, speaking of eating and providing it for myself, I'm in the process of taking the hunter's education course that the NRA offers. They don't have one for the state of Oregon, though, so when I move to Oregon, I'm going to have to do, like, probably an in-person hunter education course, but in the meantime, I can do this 100% online course from the NRA website, and then I can take that and get a hunting license. And you don't need anything special to get a fishing license, so I'll probably just get, like, a combo hunting fishing license. And before the end of the summer... Oop, hair tie. Before the end of the summer, I'm going to be hunting rabbits. It's a thing. I've already watched videos on how to properly process them, how to cook them safely, how to spot the signs of tularemia. Like, I'm so close. The only thing that sucks is that a huge portion of the hunting course is firearm safety, and I'm like, I don't care about any of this. I'm gonna be bow hunting. But, like, oh, okay. Now I know what all the fucking different parts of a rifle are called. Like, I knew a lot of it anyway. Like, okay, that part's the trigger. That part is the muzzle. Like, that part is the stock. Okay, cool. And at least now I know, like, oh, I've seen some of these different styled rifles, and now I know why they are styled that way. I'm like, okay, cool, whatever. But like, God, I don't need to know any of this. I was working on taking the test yesterday, and I was like, I cannot pay attention to this right now. That when the ADHD hits you like a truck, and you're like, I genuinely cannot focus on anything that I don't care about. So I'm gonna spend the rest of this week kind of like working my way through that. And then, yeah, technically by like next week, I could probably have my hunting license. I know somebody who's getting antsy from the GRNH possession criminalization in the UK. I don't know what GRNH actually stands for, but I assume that you're talking about the puberty blockers thing, and we will be covering that as like one of our serious topics. Our kid has unknown in medical charts and references to genitals that can be, that can only be in doctor's notes only. I found every way I can to put more layers on protecting their gender. Good stuff. When I talked to my mom about moving out of Texas, she's like, well, this is your home. Your friends and family are here. Moving will be expensive and hard. And I'm like, you're so close to getting it. Yeah. It's like, I don't want to do this. It's not like, it's not the easy option, but it is the only option that means I'm going to be able to be safe and thrive and not live my life in fear. I'm all about self-sufficient hunting. Please learn about tanning hide with your old coffee grounds. The hides stack up quick and go for $8 to $15 each, depending on the size. Isn't like rabbit skin preservation? Doesn't it require like a bunch of different chemicals? Because it's not just tanning hides with rabbit furs. You're like trying to make the fur sellable because their skin is not very thick anyway. I assumed that probably my first couple times hunting there will be some wastage, because I'm not gonna try to save the skins. Padfoot Sam says, I'm sticking with fishing, and if I find a place to settle as a nomad, I will trade for chickens. I love eggs after all. Fair enough. I have some friends that are the opposite, and once you get them talking about guns, they talk for the next hour about every specification of a particular model. Being a little mean, I asked him about Chinese firearms from the 1800s. He went on for an hour about them and cited books, etc. I didn't know that he knew about Asian firearms, but he did. Yeah, you did the, you're wearing that band t-shirt? Well, name 5 of their songs. You just pulled that on a gun nut person. Like, are you really a fan of guns? Tell me about how they were invented. Salt, coffee, cedar wood for tanning rabbit hides. Okay. Interesting. Because, like, I watched a video a while back about conserving rabbit furs. And the way that he did it was, like, you soak them in some kind of chemical for, like, a few days. And then continue processing them. You should make the rabbit skins into a vellum for a homemade Necronomicon. I mean, you could. I am about to start a D&D campaign, literally in 2 days. Oh my god. Okay, listen. I need some help, okay? Listen. I'm so close to being finished. I might actually, here. Listen. So, I'm very close to being done with all of this bullshit. This is what it's like to make a character in this game. And I'm now at this point where I need to choose my spells, and that's the part that I'm running into issues with, is like now I have to choose. Like, I was just looking at the cantrips for a druid, and there's like 12 or something, and I have to choose 2, and I'm like, oh my god, how do you choose what spells? This is so difficult. I've never had this much, like, choice for my spells in an RPG. Furry demon wings, maybe? True. I just got 2 unskippable ads. The second one is some father and son fishing, leaning against the tailgate of a pickup, and the father's telling the teenage son it's time to give him the talk. True. So, I don't know. How do you choose which spells? Like, how do you... And, like, the party... I think one person dropped. At least I hope that they dropped. This is the one person who I didn't like very much, just from us typing in Discord. So there might only be 6 people in the party instead of 7. Cypation, thank you so much for the gifted tier 1 sub. Mersh, you now have a green name. Enjoy the dicks. There are a bunch of guides on YouTube for building your class. No, listen. I know. I followed along a video that was like, please explain to me what to do step by step. Like, what do I put in all these different areas? Now I understand what, like, the proficiency bonus does. I got that figured out. I'm gonna have to, like, look at, I guess, yeah, some druid-specific videos. Shapeshift and healing spells for the win as a druid. Yeah, but it's gonna be a Circle of Spores druid. So it's gonna be more like having a necromancer in the party. It's not really gonna be a healer. I don't actually know. I think we might have a cleric in the party. But yeah, I'm doing like a specific type of druid run, and it is not very typical. As a druid, you can change your spell selection every day, and you have access to the whole spell list. The only ones you're locked into are the cantrips. I would recommend things that you think you will use the most often. Okay. Yeah, it's the choices! Like, why are you making me choose things? Everything else about this has been like, roll dice and then fucking write it down. I did have to choose what weapons I wanted. So, and like, that was one of the first things that really tripped me up. I decided to go with a sickle as my main hand weapon. Because it's a Circle of Spores druid, and I like that it has like a death theme going on. And like the dagger is a throwing weapon that has finesse, so you can use your dex score instead of your strength score to modify the attack bonus. Anyway. Anyway. This is what I've been spending my time doing recently. And I'm very excited. I get to start playing him on Tuesday this week. Number go up. Thank you for the donation. Now, oh my god, we have made $16.10. Yay! Shape water is crazy good. Okay. Thorn Whip is good if you're a Spores druid with the Warcaster feat. I don't have the Warcaster feature, I don't think. Never played Circle of Spores. I hope you had fun. Yeah. He's gonna be so weird. I'm looking forward to it so much. He's just gonna get freakier and freakier as the campaign goes. Ah! Excuse me. Oh my god. Customization is a massive plus for me and lots of folks. You should look at Pathfinder 1E if you truly want decision paralysis. Shape water. You can make giant ice sculptures. Use ice expansion to break stuff. Make slip hazards. Okay, that's a good call. Shape water is a cantrip, I think. So thank you. Truly. I'm just like, I don't know what to pick. And I think part of the thing is like, you don't confer with your party mates beforehand. So like, there are 2 mages in my party. So does one of them have some ability to like generate fire and therefore generate light so that we can see in dark places? So, you know, I don't want to have a lot of the same abilities as everyone else. I do know that one of the other characters, I think, has like the hermit background and is going to be like a weird, freaky nature person. So I didn't choose the nature skill in my skills. I have athletics and perception because of my city worker background. And then as a druid, I can choose to, and I chose survival and insight because I was like, okay, you know, insight and perception working together should be pretty good. And then survival, obviously, as a druid. Anyway, I know that this is not like the hot topic that everybody's here for, but honestly, D&D's pretty gay, so I feel like, no, I don't need that. You know, I feel as though, even though it's not directly gay topical, it's, you know, Thornwhip and Warcaster lets you pull people trying to move past you back into your spores. Where do you get Warcaster feature from? Gay Asparagus, welcome in. I think you get a little mushroom buddy as a spores druid. I don't know. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a ton of fun. And it's in like a Stardew Valley backdrop. You get Warcaster when you level up. Okay, cool. What wild shape do you think you will do? Do Circle of Spores do wild shape? Guess I've been just kind of assuming that I'm not going to really bother with wild shape. Produce flame, can start fires, provide illumination, and is a ranged attack. Yes, I did read that one. You level up to level 4 and get Warcaster. Okay. But yeah, Thornwhip, because I know that one of the passives is that you just like have a bunch of spores around you all the time. Humans can take a feat at level 1. Okay, my character is a human. Spores druids typically don't do wild shape. That's kind of what I was assuming. Asking wild shape, just ask what its persona is. Shake my head. Look, are you seeing these wings and this eyeball? You think you don't know what my fucking persona is? Yeah, I mean, if I do a wild shape, it's gonna be some kind of like skeleton thing. Yeah, please, Oliver, absolutely. I'm not great at responding to direct messages, but I'll try. I'm trying to get better about it. I'm trying to have more reciprocal relationships and like actually respond to messages and stuff. It's just, I just find it so stressful for some reason, and I have to work through a lot of avoidance, but we're doing better. My character is going to be terrible for people's allergies, truly. He's going to be such a sweetheart. He's not really this. He's very aloof. I was trying to decide between the abandoned background and the city worker background. Because kind of, sort of, according to the story that I created for him, he's abandoned. But city worker, I thought, worked better for him. Grasping vines or spike growth can change the course of a battle for sure. Okay, good to know. Using wild shape, form of mushroom, becomes a literal mushroom. Or, yeah, like a skeletal bear with mushrooms growing all over him. I think I exhaust people. Oh, yeah, I think that part of it is that I've had an overwhelming number of arguments over direct message, you know? Like, just a ton of arguments over direct message in my lifespan, and so, like, I am not good at communicating my tone, and I am not good at understanding tone over text, especially, and so, yeah, I just have a ton of avoidance. I'm out. Melds with the mycelium, yeah. In my long rest, I just become part of the ground. It's only 2 days away. I'm so excited. This has been in the works for like 3 or 4 months. We've been talking about this campaign since, I want to say, like March. We've been talking about it for forever. I appreciate you all hanging out here for like just me gushing about my druid. I also have a friend who makes wands, like real, actual human, like wands. And I need to direct message him and ask if he's taking commissions right now, because I do want a wand that has like mushrooms or bones or something on it like that. And then I'll keep it on my little paganism altar right over here. Technically, I do have a wand. I just haven't refined it at all. This is like my wand. I need to like rub the tip and make it not broken and like, but it has a little handle thing going on. This is my wand, but I need a real one. Oh, jeez. Yes, like that one dude who's almost entirely part of the Flying Dutchman in Pirates of the Caribbean 2, except a mushroom version instead of an underwater version. Yes. CPTSD go Bert, true. You want a wand? Are we back to talking about bottom surgery? Listen. I need my disco stick. Want to take a ride on the disco stick? Wielding it with my tentacle. There's the crossover. There's the crossover right there. Between, Wow, I was just about to make a really horrible joke about Davy Jones and oral sex, and I'm not gonna make the joke, but I am gonna leave the parts of it there on the table for you to construct on your own. It's terrible. It's truly awful. It's a truly awful thought that I just had. I'm ashamed of myself for that thought that I just had. Afternoon, Rowan. Yeah, welcome in. Oh, jeez. Drink some coffee, y'all. The coffee. The CGI holds up so good, right? You ever go back and watch Pirates of the Caribbean 2? It's actually not the strongest movie. There is like an entire beat in the middle of the movie where they're like on the cannibal island, and that part doesn't really hold up. But damn, the CGI and the acting by Bill Nighy, it's just so damn good. Loving the flags in the hair look for Pride? Yes! The best decisions are the decisions that get made last minute. Can I get the bottom surgery that gives me a tail? Is the tail prehensile? I hated Pirates 2 so much I refused to watch any further sequels. I feel like Pirates of the Caribbean 3 is a fairly strong movie. I haven't seen any past that point, and I don't care about any past that point. I don't even know how many there are. I have no idea. But, like, I felt like the third one was fairly strong. Not as good as the first one, of course, because the first one, you know, was amazing. Okay. Now I have a headache. As a cis dude, I want a prehensile implant. Prehensile means you have control over it, right? Is that right? Or is prehensile the one that means, like, you don't have any control over it and it just kind of does whatever it wants to do? Oh no, where'd my trans flag go? Oh, I knocked it out of my hair. Okay, there it is. I did it. There we go. Trans left the chat. Yeah, I knocked it out of my hair. It's got a very short stick. The fourth Pirates movie was the last I saw in theaters and it wasn't great. Why? Yeah, why would you bother? Okay, prehensile means you can grab things with it. Gotcha. That's what I thought it meant. You grabby. 3 was the weakest of the trilogy IMO. 2 was pretty good except for the Cannibal Island part. 3 didn't bring it home as much as limped over the finish line. Sure, it had some good moments. I appreciated it. I think I like it a little bit better than the second one. I don't know. It's so hard to beat like the Bill Nighy performance. That's honestly like the strongest thing about the last two movies is the Davy Jones thing. Got a short stick? Damn, that E really did its work. Listen. The Luxander could replace the prehensile trunk with a tentacle and it would still be anatomically accurate to IRL elephants. I haven't been up close and personal with an elephant for a really long time. Pirates is only a trilogy. No, there are more movies, but like the three first ones like have the same characters and like a cohesive plot. And then once you get into like Pirates of the Caribbean 4, they have new protagonists that like don't have anything to do with the original movies. Like I think that Johnny Depp keeps showing up. But yeah, I think people say trilogy because a lot of people just kind of don't acknowledge any of the Pirates movies after the first three. It's the story of Will Turner. He is the protagonist. I mean, him and Elizabeth basically both of them share the protagonist role essentially. And then like their story ends, you know, like it starts out with this, there's, will they, won't they? There's titillation. They try to present a fake ass love triangle at some point, but like it is the story of Elizabeth and Will. And then that story ends at the end of the third movie. Like they get together. That story's over. So yeah, like no, Mama is insisting that Pirates is a trilogy. And then oh no, I don't have my knife. I left my knife on the floor earlier when I was opening a box. Dang it. I was gonna be threatening with my knife. I have scissors. Scissors. These are my crochet scissors. Cuties. Ooh, let me show you the progress that I've made on this horrendously enormous thing that I'm making. Where did my stitch marker go? There it is. Put my stitch marker in here so that I don't lose my place. They specifically weren't together at the end except for once every 10 years. They were together. They were married. Presumably she's faithful to him. Unlike Calypso. But anyway, look at this horrendous thing that I'm in the process of making. It's huge. Like, look at how much bigger it's gotten. Why am I doing this to myself? What am I doing to myself? Keep those scissors away from Forrest Valkai. He will put someone's eye out. Does Forrest have a tendency to be irresponsible with sharp things? I don't actually watch the show. Giant bra. Yeah, this is a giant it's a one titty bra for a giant. She's commissioned me for the second one. Good fucking grief. Turn it into a poncho. It's gonna be a wall decoration. It's like a sun. It's like a sun wall decoration because I'm pagan and I apparently didn't have anything else to do with my time. But yeah, so the goal with it is that I'm gonna get a I'm gonna get some kind of like tubing and then like flex that into a circle, and then I'm gonna like crochet over the edge of the tubing and like create like almost like a dream catcher, the way that it's kind of gonna be tight in there. Oh my god. I'm on row 26 and there are 34 rows. Ah! Drape it over your TV and embrace the old people life. True. Cyclops bra. Goodness. And then I'm going to make a much smaller one to give as a gift to my mother-in-law, because I think that she'll appreciate that. Yes, it's a mandala. The original one of this design is like, well, I guess like mandalas tend to represent like the universe, but this one I specifically did as like it's a sun. Because it's got, like, I mean, I guess this one kind of has like flower petals. You can kind of see like a flower petal type thing happening there, but I mean, yeah, that's like the sun starburst thing. Happy Pride, you gay little dragon. Happy Pride. I'm a gay dragon. A gaydrin? A gagan? A dragay? However that works. 69 viewers. Nice. I'm trying to get to 100 likes today. And if you're extra nice to me and get me to $100 in donations, that would be great too. But I understand that everybody just paid rent, so no worries if you can't afford it. Yeah, lace do be like that. Also, like, it's exponential. Every row takes longer than the last row, and it's getting more and more difficult as it goes. So, yeah, Gayvern. I'm not a Gayvern because I have all 4 of my limbs plus wings. See? Gayverns are like this. They have no arms. Dragane, exactly. We're 2 hours into the show, and I haven't talked about any of the serious topics. I'll get there eventually. Have you heard of Kirikane? Kirikane? What is this? What language is this? Fusing gold leaf in geometric patterns inside of glass blocks. No, I have not heard of that. What's up, Ramya? Later, Jason. Enjoy. Have a good rest of your day. What do you call a really inventive dragon? McGyvern. That's a good one. Solid. Solid. Rock hard. Okay, I cannot cover this Kansas Supreme Court bullshit today. I just can't deal with it. I'm the same. Takes me a while to discuss serious stuff. Until then, it's endless small talk. Listen, the more we can get people hanging out in here for me refusing to talk about serious stuff, then that means like the less time I have to spend on the serious stuff. Serious topics for today, which we will get into shortly, are, you know, Ron DeSantis says we're not going to do pride lights on anything, and then people defied him and put the pride lights on anyway. Cool, great. The other story is the UK has now made possession of puberty blockers illegal. They have advanced their attacks on trans youth to the point where, yeah, not only are they gonna suggest that you not get puberty blockers from a private clinic, not only are they gonna make it impossible to get them on the NHS unless you join their clinical style, which apparently coercing someone into joining a clinical trial is like very seriously illegal. But anyway, yeah, now they're moving to like, oh, if you're a teenager who possesses these because you were prescribed them from a private clinic, then that's a criminal act, essentially, which is fucking insane. So those are the serious topics for today. One of them's kind of more fun. The other one's kind of a huge bummer. So you can see why I'm procrastinating. It's Japanese. Serious, enchanted, mythical artifact energy. Oreya. Kirikane. Here in India, I'm politically very anxious because my country's election results will be out on the 4th of June, and I really hope that it's not the right-wing fascist party. So far, the exit polls have not been looking good. Ooh, I've got my fingers crossed for you, Ramya, but everywhere is kind of sliding toward the right wing at this point. Lavender says the possession includes adults possessing it if they think it could be given to a trans kid. Mm-hmm. Oh, Mama says, must be weird for people who watch your videos and then come into the streams. They're like, wow, I like its videos a lot. And then they come in and you're like, I fucking hate making those videos. Listen, it takes psychic damage, okay? It's easier sometimes than other times. But like, yeah, it's like psychic damage. What's up, Tima? We just got a far-right coalition government here. The most right-leaning in ever, maybe? It's actually awful. Yeah. I forget where you're from specifically, but yeah, everywhere is just sliding that direction. Speaking of Ron DeSantis, Cody from Some More News had a good observation that Ron DeSantis' speech is heinous, but his delivery is clownish. Oh, that's true. Like, the things that he says, heinous, but the way that he says them, very funny. Oh, in the Netherlands. Jesus Christ. Like, the Netherlands is supposed to be one of the super liberal areas. God fucking Christ. Ugh. My eyes are so dry. Ugh. Don't carb load before stream is a lesson that I learned today. I love watching Some More News. I love the message of Some More News. However, I do find it very stressful to watch because Cody's energy is like, it's like I already know how bad things are. I don't need someone emphatically going like frantically with the directing that energy at me. I'm like, okay, I get it. I don't need to watch your show. I support you very much. Just not gonna watch it. What's up, Byron? Making content like yours, I imagine, is a bit like being a politician in that it's not something a healthy person would probably enjoy all the time, right? Yeah, I'm gonna take a very short break this month. So, like this next Sunday, I'm not gonna be here because I'm going to get together that I go to every year. And then probably the following Wednesday, I'll go ahead and take that extra time off. Just a very short break. And content is still going to be coming out on the channel in that time and everything. And I'm trying to streamline things as much as possible so that I'm not spending like a ton of time. Like, okay, on the stream days, we chill for a while and then I talk about the serious topics. And then I've streamlined my process so that I don't have to spend literally the entire following 2 days thinking about the horrendous shit more. Yes, see you on Wednesday if you are leaving the stream now. Yeah, the Netherlands likes to pretend that we're super progressive, but it's all liberalism in the sense that you get to do what you want in your own home and out of sight, as long as you're white. This country is just fundamentally racist, and they'd rather pretend things don't exist than fix them. Yeah, that performative progressivism, I think, is an issue even in the United States where, you know, I will say, oh yeah, Kansas is red, but it has these blue cities and blue patches. And even in those blue patches, a lot of it is like self-congratulatory liberals going, yay, let's high-five ourselves, you know, let's compliment people who wear rainbows and then not really think about it after that, you know? Like, I used to work retail, and I lived in, like, a very liberal area at the time, and I had, like, rainbow plugs, you know? I've got these kind of big earrings, and I would put, like, a big rainbow in there, and I stopped wearing them after a while because I just didn't like how people would go out of their way in what felt like to me a very self-congratulatory performative way. They're like, oh my God, I love your earrings. And it wasn't like the way that queer people hit on each other or anything, you know, it's not like queer appreciation. it did not come across to me that way. So yeah, it's like, even in places that are ostensibly transporting, they it only goes so far. You know, they're not really willing to like risk anything for themselves. They don't really want to think about it beyond like a general sense of, oh, I support you. Yes, I have flags in my hair right now because it's pride. Ramya says a friend of mine from the Netherlands also complained often of how it's not disability friendly and how the cops act like bullies. Dendrite, are you also speaking from the Netherlands? Says we've been behind for queer friendliness for years on end compared to other countries. It's hardly surprising at this point, but it still sucks. Yeah. You ever hear the "you're so brave"? No, thank fucking God. Like, you're so brave. Oh my God. I don't even know what I would say. What would I say to someone who's like, you're so brave? Like, okay. I just don't know what I would say. Yes. Happy Pride. Happy Pride, happy Pride, happy Pride. Can we get to 100 likes today? So close. As I gesticulate with a crochet hook. The intention behind "you're so brave" might be good, but it hits the wrong way. Yeah, it's like, it kind of comes across the same way that like inspiration porn comes across. When, you know, people, like able-bodied folks will post videos of disabled people succeeding at something. And it's like uncomfortably fetishistic in a way. Maybe I would be sarcastic with it and be like, yes, I'm a hero. It's true. We had a good rush of progressive politics in the late 80s and early 90s in the Netherlands, and since then basically nothing's changed, except in the wrong ways, and people still hold on to that old belief of, oh, we're so amazing because we did so many good things for people. But it's like pretty okay for 1990 standards, which is just trash by now. It's just like someone, who was it? Maybe it was something that Natalie said in one of her videos. I don't know. But it's been pointed out, you know, the J.K. Rowlings of the world, the Joss Whedons of the world, they were kind of progressive in the 90s, and then they just decided that they never needed to update any further beyond that. So, like, what was fairly progressive in the 90s is very behind today. Yeah, the motivational speaker concept. You're so brave. I was just walking, but thanks. It is sort of patronizing. Yeah, it's like, I don't know what you're trying to communicate to me. Like, I think that it's coming from a positive place. You're so brave. It just makes me feel like I'm just like living my life. Do I have to be brave? Like, is it brave to just be like, I don't think I could function very well if I was not myself? Speaking of Natalie, have you seen the interview with RGR? No, I have not. I am trying to avoid anything to do with Riley because I hate her guts. And also, I am not watching content with Natalie in it because I don't respect her anymore after she joined into the whole I'm gonna pedo jacket Vosh club. So just two women who I don't think I could care any less about at this point. Just a serious dearth of respect for both of them. I hate Riley, and I think that Natalie's a fucking idiot. That's pretty much where I've landed on the two of them. What do you think of "you are enough" kind of messaging? It's sweet. I think it's sweeter than when people say, like, you're valid. I don't really like you're valid anymore. But I think you are enough is kind of is a good message. Sorry, Ramya, if you don't know who RGR is, Riley Grace Rochong. She's a trans woman, and I hate her. So, brave implies that it would be a choice to do things differently. Perhaps. Doe has been hate watching the interview and posting highlighted sections of the transcript on Twitter. Ooh, I'm gonna have to check that out. Let me open that up. Let me make sure that I don't miss that. I have such a huge amount of respect for Doe, and it still does not follow me on Twitter. God damn it. Okay, yeah, I see that it's posting the transcript. Ooh, okay, yeah. This is how I'm going to consume this interview, is through the lens of Doe. You're so brave feels like, man, I would hate to be you. Okay, see that? Yes. Natalie is not in STEM. Neither is Riley. They're not in STEM. Yeah. I just hopped over to Twitter and went directly to Doe's page, and it's like the number one thing that it's been talking about right now. Ooh, yeah, I think that's part of it, Zypation. It's hard for it to feel like a compliment when it's really a burden, and survival is like a species trait, so it's not like it's abnormal. Yeah. Like, oh my god, you're so brave. Like, I don't feel like I have a choice. It's like, I don't know if I'll be able to find it. I saw a comic not too long ago that it's like there's one flower growing in the grass, and then there's another flower like growing out of the cracks between a rock or whatever. And the flower in the garden says like, "Oh my god, you're so brave," or something. I can't remember what it was. And then the flower that's growing in the rocks is like I'm just like, I don't have a choice about this. I'm literally just trying to survive in a situation that I did not create. Like, I don't have the nutrients that I need in this environment, and I can't leave this environment, of course, for the flower, you know, like I'm just doing my best in a shitty situation. It's hard to take a compliment, yeah, about something that's a burden on you. Don't tell me Natalie supported what Vosh did. No, the problem is that a bunch of people, like, people have been pedo-jacketing Vosh for years. Like, oh my god, he's a pedophile. And he's not. He's into horses, sure, but, like, not a pedophile. And then, like, people made assumptions based on art that he had saved on his computer, and, like, even that I don't think it wasn't showing anyone underage or anything. It was like in an art style similar to that, or by an artist who does do that kind of art otherwise. But like, for someone who I used to respect as an intelligent human being to be like, oh my god, yeah, Vosh is a pedophile, actually, it's like, okay, I'm done with you. I'm done with you. Not watching your content. I still follow Natalie on Twitter just because she deletes shit sometimes, but like, yeah, I don't respect her at this point. It's who isn't into horses? Even without the dicks, they got ass. That's true. They got thick booty. Oh, it's like the meme of women in STEM. Okay, I see. We don't choose our spawn point or our beginning stats. Think of us as babies rolling d20s for who our parents are, how our childhood goes, and what our challenges will be. Yeah. It's like, I didn't choose to be trans. Like, you know the South Park game where the difficulty slider has, it's like a racial thing, like the black character is playing on hard mode. People criticized that decision, and trust me, I'm not like the biggest fan of South Park, but it's not incorrect. The chemical you're thinking of to preserve fur is borax. Thank you, Lenora Bunny. What we drinking? I have lemon water in my emotional support water bottle. This is lemon water, as always. And then I have coffee over here. Coffee. Yum. Yeah, come to Ireland where you can get a gender recognition certificate, but the government has zero interest in improving trans healthcare, and the wait time is longer than a murder sentence. My water fell. I did recently unsub from Vosh because he is just rude and annoying for no reason, and it actually feels a little too, quote, ironically misogynistic for my liking. There's levels to accusations and reasons. Sure. Yeah. I think if you personally dislike someone because they're abrasive, that's different. And, like, just stick with that. Just stick with that. Just say, I don't like this person because they're abrasive and the ironic misogyny doesn't really do it for me. Okay, cool. I respect that position. Alum, and diluted sulfuric acid is another easy option. I mean, is it even worth keeping rabbit skins that you hunt in the summer? They're not, like, very insulated. He's not friends with Shu anymore. Either alum or diluted sulfuric acid for tanning. You can do old school methods if you have time, which are oil tannins from things like coffee and some trees. The point was that I think the ironic part isn't entirely ironic, or it is expressed too often to not influence people in a real way. Fair criticism. Totally fair. Apparently Shu hasn't posted on Twitter since, like, February. Yeah, he hasn't talked to Shu since she did that video pedo jacketing Zan in DM. Yes. And, like, also, here's the thing, y'all. The public nature of these friendships is kind of tricky, but fundamentally, at the end of the day, sometimes you need to maintain a friendship with someone in order to call them in when they do some stupid shit. Like, I've seen people do this before. I've been friends with people who've been through this process where it's like, you can't publicly condemn someone and also privately be like, hey, I know that, you know, you probably didn't mean for this to come across this way, but this is how it came across to a lot of people. Here's how you could have said it better. Like, here's how you could have approached this differently next time. You know, you can't do both of those things at the same time. And, like, are we trying to get people to improve? Or are we trying to condemn people and make our circles smaller and smaller and smaller? You know? Like, there are... Like, everybody makes their own personal choice, right? You know, I'm not saying that you need to be a fan of this person, or you need to personally support them, or you need to personally make the argument. But, like, I think it makes sense if you have an in with someone who is moderately problematic, if you're trying to get them to change. Like, that you might not publicly condemn them in order to maintain influence over them in private. And I think that there's just a lot of people, like, I think that there are a lot of people who, we have this disposability thing. And I think that this is maybe part of the hyper-individualism of American culture, that, you know, we have this willingness to just be like, I don't owe you anything. and like, ugh, you're terrible and I don't want you around me, and also other people should stop listening to you as well. And for some people that can be dangerous. I'm not saying that like, oh my God, my brain just farted. No. Yeah, I tried that with Poppy for a long time. Like, sometimes you have to maintain a relationship with somebody who is like not great if you want them to try to change. And you won't succeed a lot of the time. You know, like I supported Riley Grace Rochong when she was trying to be friends with Calvin Guerra because she was trying to get him to stop doing things. And that trust ended up being kind of misplaced because, first of all, she didn't succeed. And second of all, I don't even know that she tried that hard. You know, I personally have diffused conflicts that would have become video back and forths between like Riley Grace Rochong and, you know, Brennan Beckwith and Cops Hate Mo a few years ago when they were all really pissed off at Riley for being friends with Calvin. And I was like, listen, she's trying to run damage control. Like, she is trying to get him to stop harassing non-binary people. And like, yeah, she did not end up succeeding. He just made all of his shit private, and now he does the same disgusting shit, but he just does it privately on Patreon for money. Okay? So she didn't succeed, but I don't think it was right to condemn her for trying to change him. So, you know, I understand the impulse to be like, I can fix her, or, you know, whatever, or, you know. Yeah, I think, you know, if you don't like someone, that's fine. You don't need to come up with some social justice reason for not watching their content. You can just say, I personally don't like them. Someone posted a video in the chat today in the stream recommendations channel of Hemant Mehta, the friendly atheist. And I personally dislike Hemant, so I don't watch his content. I don't usually cover, if he's covered something that I want to cover, I go somewhere else for the source on it because I personally dislike Hemant. So like, yeah, I don't need to explain to you what happened to make me personally dislike him. And I don't need to have like some official social justice reason for not liking him. There are some people who I dislike because of their actions. I hate Riley Grace Rochong because she pedo-jacketed someone who did not deserve it, and she doubled and tripled down, and she got super fucking lawyer-brained, and like also she has a very bad sense of boundaries around like other people's boundaries. And like, yeah, I hate Riley Grace Rochong because of her behavior, not because of bad vibes necessarily. If anything, I kind of understood her vibes at a certain point. And now I'm like, oh no, she's terrible, right? But like, there are people who you just don't get on with, and it's okay. You don't need to come up with a reason for that and then try telling other people like, oh, well, they did this and they did this and they did this. Like, now you're looking for reasons to justify your personal dislike. All of that shit is ad hoc. That's after the fact. You decide you don't like someone, and then you start coming up with a bunch of reasons. Yeah, fair enough. I do think it was weird for Riley to try to gain clout from trying to change Calvin. Like she's a savior or something. Oh yeah, she's got a savior complex for sure. She's like, I'm going to get involved in politics and save trans people. Oh my God, girl. Anyway. Can we get to 100 likes today? 100 likes, 100 for the pride. Give it to me for pride. Give it to me for pride. That's what I'm going to be saying later this evening. Anyway. Sometimes people do things that make you dislike them, and then those things will stay as reasons, even if they appear irrelevant to others, they're still relevant for you. Listen. I don't like TJ Kirk. And I'm really mad that everybody's trying to rehabilitate his image in the left. I am never going to get over him bullying a teenager on his public platform. Never. And like other people, whatever you want to try to rehabilitate his image, I fucking hate that guy. He did a bunch of like racist jokes. He was being sexist. He like photoshopped a teenage non-binary person's head onto the body of like an adult woman wearing a bikini. Like fucking disgusting. I'm never gonna get over it. I don't like RGR because she's a repressed Christian weirdo and a mercenary opportunist. True. Yeah, like the weird Christian vibes too. The weird puritanicalism, whatever. Oh, God. Who are we talking about? Oh, we're talking about all kinds of people. We're kind of talking about the phenomenon of personally disliking people and then trying to like justify it with like social justice language. My mic is not quiet. I'm in the yellow. My mic is not quiet. That's on your end. I cannot boost my mic anymore. If I got into it like this, it's still like I don't know what you want from me. You're talking about Riley. After Riley's falling out with Demon Mama, she was on stream screaming and crying at her chat, going, I don't think you understand. I don't just engage with the bad arguments against trans people. I engage with the good arguments against trans people because I need to beat them. Yeah, her thing is like, I don't know. She's just desperate to be correct. And like, she's not willing to acknowledge when she could be wrong. That's the thing, is like when people have the ego where they're not willing to even privately go, maybe I was wrong to do that. Like, I'm sure that Riley still doesn't believe that it was wrong to accuse Doe of being a pedophile enabler, basically. Trans Goku? What? Riley's legalese argument got weird. Every time something made sense only to her, she would substitute herself as, quote, any reasonable person and stuff like that. Like an argumentum ad populum, but without the data to even back up the populum part. Yeah. Yeah, insert Starship Troopers gif. I'm doing my part, hitting the like button. Like, genuinely, I cannot do anything to boost my audio anymore. Riley's the sort of person that you have to slowly explain that when you say self-ID is valid, sincerity is implied. Yeah. Like, the whole concept of, like, yeah, you have to actually accept that people are being earnest. Like, the earnest identification. The guy who could, thank you for your tier 2 sub. They said, hey Lux, when I saw Doe's tweet of the emotional state of Contra and Riley in that interview, I literally laughed out loud at work. How the mighty have fallen. Yeah, I'm gonna read through Doe's tweet thread later, because yeah. So long as Doe isn't talking about, like, theory stuff, I usually can keep up. But when it starts talking about theory, I'm like, I can't with this. My brain is not good enough. My brain, it don't work that good. But yeah, like, for her she took so much issue with, like, a woman is someone who identifies as a woman. She's like, well, that's a circular argument. Like, no, it isn't. How can a woman be someone who doesn't identify as a woman? Did new RGR stuff happen? Apparently, Riley interviewed Natalie from ContraPoints. And also, Riley has been back in the space. She was working for Progressive Victory, but her contract came to an end, which kind of sounds to me like she did something to violate her contract and it came to an end. But so she's not working with Progressive Victory now. But yeah, allegedly she interviewed Natalie. Like, this is a screenshot that Doe put up on its Twitter. So yeah, we're talking about her for reasons. I love when Doe talks about theory stuff. I just don't understand it. That's the thing. I highly suspect Riley is a gender essentialist and doesn't really care about sincerity. She fundamentally has no clue what gender is and is not. Yeah, I don't want to speculate on someone else's, like, mind state, I guess, when I haven't, like, been listening for a long time. She was working for them for 3 months, so I'm guessing it was a 3-month at a time contract, and they opted not to extend it. Yeah. I stopped affiliating with them specifically because of their affiliation with Riley, although, you know, it's bad enough that they were still affiliated with Destiny for such a long time. Would I come back to Progressive Victory if they asked me? I don't know. I don't know. She thinks there's an essence of some sort, and her being a Christian, I highly suspect it's the 1990s, a soul/mind in the wrong body. Like, she seems like the kind of person who would unironically make the whole, I have a female brain. Like, did the doctor look at your brain? Classic ContraPoints references, just always gonna live forever in my brain. $99 likes. Ooh, one to go. What's up, Nikki? Only here for a bit. I'll say happy Pride to y'all. Happy Pride. I think that literally is her argument. Right. I have a female brain. Will the flags get in the way of the hoodie? You mean when I don't know, are we going to get to the donation goal where I take the hoodie off? Ooh. Also, look at this. It's merch. It's June. It's Pride Month. Get you some merch. These hoodies are only like $35, which is very cheap for a branded hoodie. When Progressive Victory do good things, I'll be happy. They're canvassing for Jamal Bowman, who is pro-Palestinian, which is nice, because PV themselves have no official policy on Gaza because they didn't want to alienate DGG. Fun stuff. You can do a flag flex, a flegs. I'm willing as a biophysicist to grant that any psychological phenomenon has neurological origins, but at a certain point, until we decompile what neuron firing means, what neuron firing means what at a hyper-specific level, the only way to know something like this about a person is for them to sincerely tell you. Yeah. My opinion on this is that there are, like, everything about who you are as a person psychologically is a result of some kind of neurological function, yes? But there is no trans part of the brain. There is no trans brain. There's nowhere, you cannot find it. It's like, how do you find the part of the brain that likes vanilla over chocolate? You can't. You can see that certain parts of the brain light up when the person is eating their favorite ice cream, if you put them in like an MRI or whatever. Yeah, like you can see, oh, the pleasure center of the brain or the taste center of the brain, they light up. But that's not the same as being like, which part of the brain is responsible for you preferring vanilla over chocolate? You can't find it. So there is no essence. And you just have to like observe okay, well, this person is much happier when they dress like a woman. This person is much, like, less happy when they dress as a man. An internal sense of self is tautological. Fair enough. Ugh. 102 likes. Happy Pride. Happy Pride to me specifically. No, it's Pride for everybody. Should I just do this for the rest of the month? Should I just put these in my hair for the rest of the month? My soul is dreamsicle flavor. Yeah. I actually, I made the joke when I was on Takis most recently with Arden. And I was like, oh, you know, you might be a person who likes sherbet. And she was like, I do actually prefer sherbet over other kinds of ice cream. And I was like, clocked! And she thought that that was funny. Maybe more flags too. Where am I going to get a hold of more flags? I have to get the progress pride flag in here, and then the non-binary pride flag, and then the agender pride flag, and then I'll have 5 flags. Delicious. She Herbert, true. Salted pretzel. Wow, my brain and my mouth just decided not to be friends anymore. Salted pretzel gelato flavor. I feel like that could be really good. Ellie, happy Pride Month. It is a very American thing. When do you all have Pride? Like August? Flags on epaulettes like a Warhammer general. Delicious. Okay. Maybe let's do one of these segments. One of these segs? Sweden does it in August. Okay. Salto pretzel. Listen, listen, the communication just had a very structural failure right there. Yawn. Talenti has a salted pretzel gelato, and it's the layered kind they do. Absolutely delicious. Gets my gelatussi gripping. Yeah, that tracks. Isn't sherbet just perverted caramel? I don't have any idea. Sherbet, I don't know how to pronounce things. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. You sure it wasn't a mini stroke? I mean, I'm like 99% sure. Oh my gosh. It's gonna be a very exciting month for me. Reading Gelatussi gave me a mini stroke. Dendrite says, here, we just had Pride in one of our large cities. I went there and it gave me a huge mood boost. It's so nice to be around other queer people. Swaggart. I pronounce it Sherbert, like the singer. Sherbet is if fruity ice cream didn't suck. Listen, I don't like fruity ice cream that's, like, got milk in it. It's just not good. You remove like the dairy component and suddenly it's tolerable. Okay, let's talk about Florida and Ron DeSantis or whatever. Okay. It's Pride. Happy Pride. We're doing a Pride story today. You know, we've talked about Florida a lot on this channel, like a shocking amount on this channel, considering that I'm from Kansas and have no intention to move to Florida. I'm gesticulating with a crochet hook, deal with it. So this Pride Month in Florida, and I haven't covered anything from him in a while because I need to stop caring so much about things that I have no control over that are happening hundreds of miles away. But today we have a fun story, a good story, perhaps you might say, about Florida. From Aaron, yes, crochet a mustache. I could crochet a tiny mustache, and then I don't know how I would affix it to my face because I don't have any spirit gum. But anyway, so Aaron providing us with the articles as usual. So apparently Ron DeSantis declared that instead of June being Pride Month, it's going to be Freedom Summer, which would be replacing all of the Pride lights with red, white, and blue. Locals defy DeSantis Pride light ban, and they light bridge up with flashlights in Jacksonville. The Main Street Bridge in Jacksonville. Here's a photo of it, lit up in Pride colors. So I think that this is just a bunch of individuals coming up and using colored lights on their flashlights to basically light up the rainbow bridge. It was pretty cool. Aaron says, on Friday night, Jacksonville residents took to the Main Street Bridge to celebrate Pride Month. Just weeks prior, Governor Ron DeSantis' administration and the Florida Department of Transportation issued an edict banning rainbow-colored lighting on bridges during Pride Month, mandating that all such lighting be replaced with red, white, and blue, the colors of the American flag. Residents, however, were undeterred. They carried flashlights and rainbow gels, took their positions, and proceeded to light up the bridge themselves. Weeks ago, Manatee County Commission Chairman Mike Ron objected to pride lighting on bridges in Florida. Many bridges in the state, such as the Skyway Bridge in Tampa and the Acosta Bridge in Jacksonville, have been lit up in rainbow colors in previous years. This year, however, Ron attempted to... This is a different Ron. Attempted to stop such lights from going up on the Skyway Bridge, formally objecting to the lighting. He expressed that the decision did not lie with him, passing the blame to Governor DeSantis, stating, "I do not have the authority to override the governor of the state of Florida. However, in my opinion, the lighting of the Sunshine Skyway Bridge is an FDOT matter, Florida Department of Transportation matter, and should not be left to the individual counties." So, yeah, God forbid the individual counties decide whether to observe Pride Month or not with a very small, very tiny gesture. Just lights. It's, not even saying gay rights or trans rights. It doesn't change whether people can get their hormones. It doesn't change whether people can get married. It just, yeah, we're going to say the state is going to dictate for every county whether you change the color of the lights on your bridge. Jason Perdue of the Florida Department of Transportation declared this year bridges would be lit up in red, white, and blue all summer. This decision bars Pride lighting, Juneteenth lighting, and many other special lighting days on bridges in Florida. Yeah, that's the thing, Juneteenth as well. We tend to focus on the trans aspect of this and the gay aspect of this, but also, preventing any Juneteenth lighting, which again is supposed to be celebrating when the last slaves were freed after the criminalization of slavery. But yeah, so these policies tend to line up. They tend to be both anti-gay and racist. They tend to be anti-Semitic and anti-trans. All these things tend to kind of go together weirdly. I guess hate it's easy to hate on all the different types of people. Easier than picking and choosing hating some folks and not others. Right, so much for freedom. It's the opposite of freedom when it's like you're not allowed as a municipality or a county to put a friggin' rainbow on your bridge. Also, DeSantis banned teaching AP African American history. True. Totally fair. Thanks to the leadership of Governor Ron DeSantis, Florida continues to be the freest state in the nation. Because again, the government dictating what displays are allowed to be publicly, like, you know, not infringing on religious views or anything. It's not like they're enforcing existing protections. They're just saying, we're taking away your choice to put whatever goddamn lights you want on the bridge. Matthew McAllister, who organized the bridge lighting event on Friday night, called this Orwellian, saying, the timing of this is really strange. The idea that we're going to celebrate freedom by giving you absolutely no choices seems Orwellian, honestly. It makes sense that the government in Florida would continue to take these actions. You know, you can't even put a rainbow up because we said not to. Because, yeah, they've been doing this. But it's great to see that, you know, folks in the communities are supportive. Like, folks in the communities want gay people and trans people to know that they're safe and wanted in the communities, you know? Organizers, there's apparently a march scheduled for the larger Acosta Bridge at the end of the month where similar citizen lighting is expected to occur. Organizers for that event have a message of defiance for the Pride light bans, saying, lights or no lights, there will always be rainbows on the Acosta Bridge in June. It's very sweet. Very, very, very sweet. We stan. We appreciate when the community comes together to support. You know, probably a lot of these organizers are members of the LGBTQ plus community, but many of them are probably just allies and supporters and all this. So we want to say thank you to them. And, you know, hopefully those people who are organizing these bridge light ups are also working to kick Ron DeSantis out of office. You know, hopefully they're starting some ballot initiatives and all these kind of things. So yes, happy Pride to you folks in Florida. You're real ones. Lux, did you do something with your hair? There's something gay in it. Yeah. I don't normally wear it up in a ponytail during the show. But yes, it's in a ponytail, and then it's gay. And it's trans. Hope you're doing well, Milena. I know you said that you have had a rough couple days. Wait, are you trying to say that fascists use freedom as a nebulous shibboleth? Actual virtue signaling? No. Never. Okay. That was a pretty short one. I'll add it to my notes. It goes in the notes. Did you actually do it? Okay, good. It goes in the notes, or else it gets the hose again. What is today? 6/2/24? And Pride Bridges, Florida. Ay, 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 ay. There we go. We did it. Yay, we did a segment. Milena, are you not unemployed right now? Can we just call in the Covenant from Halo and give them glass? Yeah, have them glass. Yeah. Yeah, we gotta be careful. Rawr, rawr. Yeah, indeed. Indeed. Rawr, rawr. Thank you, Milena, for the gifted tier 1 sub. For Groove Wonder. Enjoy your dicks, Groove Wonder. $31.10 for today's show so far. I think that I might need to run to the restroom and then finish the stream with the next segment. I cannot think of a single thing I've ever heard the left accused of that was not arguably just the right projecting TBH. Maybe the godlessness, but then the religious right drove me away from religion in the first place. Yeah. Although I like, my personal opinion as well is that the I don't think that the quote unquote religious right, I don't think that conservatives, I don't think that they actually believe in stuff. Like, okay, individuals who have religious beliefs, I think most of them are probably earnest, like citizens, like real people. I don't think that any politician who claims to be doing things for religious reasons, I think that they are lying. I think that they don't have any real principles. So it's like this distinction that I have to make between Republican politicians versus Republican citizens and voters. I think that Republican citizens and voters probably do, on some level, genuinely are invested in their religious beliefs. But yeah, I think politicians who claim to be religious and that they do these things for that reason, like, I think that they're lying. Excuse me. Yep. Excuse me, again. Oh my god. Religion is always very uncreative. They don't even have pretzels. I had a warm pretzel for the first time recently. Not for the first time, but for the first time in a long time recently. And it was delicious. It was so yummy. Okay, we have a little bit more time left in the show, but I really need to visit the restroom and rest my voice for a minute, so I'm gonna be gone for about like 5 minutes. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. If you go anywhere, I will show up in your dreams tonight, and not in a good way. Okay? So, yeah. I'm gonna give you to the bugs. Observe the bugs. I'll be back in about 5 minutes, and then we will continue. Okay? Be good. Okay, I'm back. Jump scare. Jump scare. Ugh. Bugs are really active today? Yeah, they are super active. Trying to imagine a way Lux could show up in my dreams and it being bad. Fire-breathing stompy dragon. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Stomp your house. Oh my god, there's an itchiness. No! Okay. I fixed it. Oh, geez Louise. Bugs, 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 bugs. Everybody! I'm not really sure what it, like, I'm not really sure why they're active. If Lux shows up in my dreams, I think that's probably a good cue to step away for a while. Previously, a couple times, before she transitioned, Abigail was in my dreams a couple times. And Markiplier is in my dreams sometimes, which is weird because I also don't even watch Markiplier that much anymore. The idea of you in the bathroom with the flags on is hilarious. Well, that is exactly what happened because I didn't take them out of my hair to go to the bathroom. Now imagining the motion capture suit required for Lux Dream Smaug. Yeah, I'm gonna be all weird like Benedict Cumberbatch on the floor. Mocap is so cool. I don't think I have the acting chops. Ooh, I want to share with you all something. I received a very special gift recently. And I want to show it to you. Can you guess what it is? 3 guesses. The only streamer that's ever showed up in my dreams has been Demon Mama, I think. I've never had Demon Mama in one of my dreams. The gift is within my hand. So if that tells you anything, it's not a very big gift. Small gift. I don't know if there's just a huge lag or if you don't have any guesses. It's okay. The only people that really show up in my dreams is friends I find hot. True. Froggy is a good guess. It's not a froggy. I have received froggies as gifts before. Okay, here. There's a sound. Oh, is it not? It's just not going to pick up the sound? Okay, maybe not. A piter? That's also a good guess. Not a piter. Okay. I will reveal. Because I don't even know if any of you are going to be able to guess what it is. It's saffron. Like, what a great gift for me, a person who's very fucking obsessed with food for some reason right now. Like, it has a really earthy smell. Like, it reminds me of when I used to have a toad. And it smells kind of like the inside of the toad's container. But like, so I haven't bloomed any of it yet. I need to bloom it and try it out. Maybe, I don't know, what's some food that I should put saffron in? Or should I just make tea? I know people recommend rice a lot, but I'm not making rice right now. It smells really weird. Like, definitely very earthy. This is actually only like $5 of saffron, which like per weight is still pretty expensive, but yeah. Like if you consider that normally if I pay $5 for spices, I'm getting a container that's like this big. Like, put it on fish? Okay. Rice and fish are both things that people who I cook for don't want to eat. So, I have heard that it's good with white meat, so I could put it like on chicken or something. Like maybe add it with like into a curry or something. It's a paella ingredient. Isn't paella like a rice dish? Pears for a dessert kind of thing. Like to my knowledge, I have never had saffron before. I took one of these stems and like chewed on it for a bit. Stamens. I took one of these stamens and like chewed on it for a bit, but it needs to bloom in hot water. So I don't think that I really got the full complexity of the flavor. I don't even know what paella is. I've heard of it a lot, though. But yeah, I was like, damn, that is a great gift. It's the kind of gift, like, for someone who's like me and is really, really, really into food right now, like cooking it, making it delicious, it's like, I feel so seen, you know? Curry could be good. I love saffron rice, but rip, yeah. People who I cook for do not want to eat rice. Ooh. This is a traditional Swedish pastry. And it's got like some kind of jelly in the middle. Oh my god, that looks so buttery and delicious. Ooh. Paella is when the rice pan is comically large, from what I can tell. What is saffron anyways? Saffron is the stamen of a crocus flower. So it's a very particular crocus flower, and each flower only blooms once per year, and each flower only has 3 stamen in it. So this is the part of the flower that has the pollen on it, I think. This is like the male reproductive organ of the flower, I believe. And basically these are now like, so these are still like hand picked, like hand harvested in usually Iran. So that's why it's so expensive, because each flower only has 3 stamen and they only bloom once a year. Curry's a good option. Could really ramp up some butter chicken. True. Oh, it's got raisins, not jelly. Okay. Milena, you don't even have your own sub. Oh wait, why did that not work? It worked the first time, but not the second time? What did you do? You broke it. Paella is more of a Spanish rendition of something like jambalaya. But does it have rice in it? 5-second emotional roller coaster. 69 viewers. It's nice having a consistent, like, 70 people in here just chilling. Chilling like villains. He is literally being viewed by 70 plus people. I feel seen. Listen, it's more like wanatikame, like, more like I see into you. You know? You all don't see into me. My partner sees into me. He understands. Okay, paella is rice-based. Yeah. So, like, I guess I could do a dessert. I could make saffron tea. Finally, a use for my molcajete, though. Like, I have a mortar and pestle that I bought and haven't used at all. And it's like, okay, now I have a reason to use the molcajete. Jambalaya is also an option for saffron. Doesn't jambalaya also have fucking rice in it? It's just, it's such a weird, like, earthiness. Mm-hmm. Get me a knife and some anesthesia and I can see into anybody. You don't need anesthesia. Say that word in molcajete. Molcajete. It's the name of the mortar and pestle, but that's like the Spanish word for it. Yeah, people suggesting rice dishes. I can't make rice. I have to cook for 3 very particular people. You You could substitute pasta for rice for a lot of dishes. Oh, I guess I could do like orzo instead of rice. That's an idea. I don't know. There's like probably a word for it when you speak one language, but when you say words in another language, you try to conform to their pronunciation rules. I do that a lot. I can't help myself. Cauliflower rice? Okay, that's also an interesting prospect. Ugh. What you want to do is mix it with meat. Persians mix saffron with their kebab meat. Okay. Do you make like a marinade with it? Like, how do you mix it in with the meat? Oh, bummer. When I move back in with my parents, a lot of food is going to be off the dinner table because my stepdad has celiacs and is kosher. Well, at least you're only going to have to deal with it for like 7 or 8 months. It sounds similar to code switching. Kind of. Yeah, it's kind of like code switching. Orzo, sausage, and zucchini. Ooh, okay. Ooh, I don't eat zucchini very often. Something you can use it in for the upcoming I'm not gonna use my saffron for the potluck. Listen, this is a gift for me. It's for me. No, I decided that I'm gonna make cornbread and like potato salad with the because I'm going to like a barbecue next week. So I'm gonna make potato salad and I'm gonna make cornbread, and then I'm gonna go to this Walmart or wherever and buy like a vegetable tray, and that's gonna be my contribution to the food. Sweet meat. There's an Italian pasta shape called risoni, which has a similar shape to rice, but it is pasta. IDK if you can find it in the US. I've never heard of risoni. Oh, we just call it orzo. Yeah, orzo, also known as risoni, is a form of shortcut pasta shaped like a large grain of rice. Yeah, we have this. We just call it orzo. And I actually do have some in my pantry currently, so. Yeah, the potato salad could be expensive and orange. It's true. Yeah, I'm not gonna waste. Listen, the premise of this barbecue thing is that everybody's gonna be drinking. I'm not gonna waste my saffron on drunk people. Saffron flavored lube. Oh no. Did you all know that saffron is actually like toxic at high amounts? Like it could kill you. It's crazy. Anyway, thanks for sharing this very expensive, and it's just on my desk. Like I just have this like very expensive spice chilling on my desk right now because I haven't figured out exactly what to do with it. If you're gonna steep it and make saffron tea, do you put other things in it, or do you just drink saffron juice, essentially? Like, do people mix spices to make teas, right? I know that there are people who complain and say tea is only from the tea plant. My personal opinion is that like any steeped plant in liquid and then you drink the liquid is a kind of tea. I was gonna say I wouldn't even feed people the saffron I bought, let alone a gift like that. Yeah, like no. Do you have a cornbread recipe? I don't. I was gonna just look up like I was gonna use some keywords like moist savory cornbread and then compare a few recipes and then decide to run with one. And I'm gonna be doing that on like Thursday this week. So you're saying I can use saffron in my cooking to knock a murder charge down to manslaughter? You'd have to put a lot of saffron in there. A lot. Like this is like 0.01 or 0.1 grams or something like that, and you need like more than 5 grams to be poisonous. It's the 360 no-scope of poisoning. That's some intense hatred. You don't put that kind of style on basic political rivals. saffron bread. Okay. I could see myself getting in on that. And I do still have this picture over here, even though I'm not exactly sure what this is. Same with nutmeg. Oh, nutmeg is also poisonous? I did not know that. Cornbread with pickles is excellent and very simple, just like any other kind of cornbread. I feel like that would be controversial. I want to try to make crowd pleasers. That's the goal. The goal here is to make a couple of things that, like, basically anybody could like. Tea divisions. Black tea is tea from tea plant leaves, dried and treated. Green tea is tea from fresh tea plant leaves, and teas from other plants are usually called herbal teas. Okay. Nutmeg in high enough amounts will make you high. Fresh nutmeg smells crazy. Like, oh man. I've always, like, had super, like, I guess, old, dried nutmeg in the pantry. And then I smelled, like, fresh nutmeg once and was like, whoa! Tea plants can have the flavor of their leaves changed by planting them in different soils and next to different plants. Jasmine tea, for example, is grown alongside the jasmine plant. That's very, very cool. White tea, oddly enough, is actually the one that's just dried. Green tea undergoes some of the treatment for making black tea, but not as far. I'm not a big tea drinker. Like, the actual tea plant, I'm not super hot on tea that tastes like that. Complain, 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 complain. Oh, our last story to cover tonight sucks ass, which is why I'm taking forever to get to it. Ugh. It's not going to be a fun one to cover. Nutmeg is the star of eggnog. I keep trying with eggnog, and I just doesn't do it for me. It's not like I'm going to throw up or anything, but it's like, yeah, I don't want to drink this. not a fan. I keep trying, though. You know, I feel like that's something I should get credit for to some extent, is I don't think there's anything that I could eat that I would be like, I'm literally going to throw up if I eat this. And even the things that I really don't like, I try periodically, because I know that your tastes change and you can get used to things that you don't like and come to appreciate their complexities, even if it's not like the thing that you would initially reach for. Like coconut, don't like coconut. Almond, don't like almond. But I keep trying. My sister will be like, oh, I made this. It has coconut in it, though. And I'm like, oh, I'll eat a piece anyway. And then it's like, yeah, confirmed. I still don't like coconut, but thank you for making me baked good and letting me eat it. I also recently discovered that I don't like fennel. Fennel does not taste good to me. And that's why I don't like most sausage. It's like a thing that I didn't realize that what I didn't like, first of all, yes, the fattiness of sausage can be kind of gross. You need something to cut through the fat. But, I realized, oh, it's the fennel. This is what I dislike. My family loves tzatziki. I can't stand it. I've tried so many times. It's terrible. Is it the dill? Because tzatziki, it's like a dill cucumber yogurt, right? I'm growing some dill in my allotment. I need to go check on them. It's been a little bit rainy this week, so I haven't checked on them because I'm like, oh, it's gonna be fine, without me checking on it. But I probably should go tomorrow and make sure that all my plants are doing okay. Yeah, it's probably a good idea. checking the weather. It's garlic plus cucumber plus yogurt, and I like all of those things, but not together. They suck ass when together. Right. Yeah, I actually was just having this conversation with my partner because I really enjoy putting like a packet of tuna in some mac and cheese. And he was like, no, I like those things separately, but you put them together and it's gross to me. And I was like, that's how I feel about people putting hot dogs in mac and cheese, which for Americans is very common. Like cutting up hot dogs and putting them in mac and cheese, it really grosses me out. I love mac and cheese and I love hot dogs in situ, like hot dogs in their buns. Usually I like to do pickled jalapenos and ketchup. That's like my go-to simple hot dogs. And it's delicious. And then, yeah, like the textures, particularly the textures, but also the flavor. If you just cut up a hot dog into like these disgusting chunks and you put them in mac and cheese, I'm like, please don't do this to me. It's not what I want. Time Marini, it doesn't like tzatziki either. The local Greek restaurant just gives you a bunch for free whenever you go there, and I always feel bad about throwing it out. And I guess there's a social thing where you don't want to be like, please don't give me tzatziki. Broccoli and mac and cheese. Yeah, I just stop putting stuff in mac and cheese. Like, it's so good on its own. Just put more different kinds of cheese in the mac and cheese. Cream cheese in the mac and cheese. I'm down for that, but man, don't put other shit in there. What about beans and weenies? If you're talking about the little smoked sausages, those are delicious, right? That's totally different. Tex-Mex mac and cheese with chorizo or spicy sausage in it. Yeah, even that. Mac and cheese is a perfect food. I mean, I'll put tuna in it, like I said. I don't, if I'm trying to get like a little bit of extra protein in, that's a good combo for me. Duke Bonanza. Okay, but are you gonna diss cheesy hamburger helper? I don't have a lot of experience with hamburger helper. It's like fine. It's fine. But hamburger in stuff is tricky. Because it's so fatty, you know? I'm white, we put raisins in our mac and cheese. Ew. I'm gonna peel my skin off and renounce my whiteness because ew. Gonna be making a lentil soup today. That does sound pretty decent. Okay, we're getting to that last, like, half an hour of the show. So, which means I need to talk about this last segment, even though I do not want to. I mean, it's really important to cover, but, like, it's so sad. It's so depressing. Okay, we gotta perk ourselves up, okay? Is a person with no skin legally allowed to say that they are raceless? That's a question that a white person cannot answer, I think. I think the answer to that question is I should not try to answer questions about race. Cop out. Ugh. Jiminy Christmas. Okay, let's do this. The tuna and stuff is so helpful as a gym rat. Yes, Fen. Me personally, I hide chicken and things a lot because I don't really like it, but I want the easy protein sometimes. Do we feel that chicken salad is comparable to tuna salad? Like, what? I don't know. I've never bought the cans of chicken before. I don't know if that would be acceptable or not. Yeah, let me white-splain racism to you. That sounds like exactly what I want to do with my time. I love the flavor of chicken, though. I feel bad for you for not liking the flavor of chicken. I can't wait to hunt up some rabbit, and then I can actually know what rabbit tastes like, because I've never had rabbit before. I'm sure I'll post pictures on the Patreon. I do post stuff on the Patreon for, like, the free members and for the $1 members, if you want to just see pictures of stuff. And, like, very short text posts and things. My chicken salad is. Okay. Whole chicken in a can. True. Rabbit tastes great. Gamey chicken. Yeah. Shit, maybe even before the end of the month, I'll be hunting up some rabbit. We'll see. Only time I ever made chicken salad, I just shredded a rotisserie chicken. Understandable. Rabbit roasted with rosemary and garlic. It'll be perfect. I was thinking maybe I'll deep fry rabbit the first time, because I just want to be totally sure that it's cooked all the way through. And I feel like frying is a good way to accomplish that. Ugh. No, Agnes. Agnes, you're gonna be pilloried. You're gonna be absolutely pilloried. It has these little sun-dried grapes in it, my chicken salad. Oh, good gracious. Well, it's Pride Month, and what better news to get on May 31st than the news that we've just received over in the UK. If you've been following along the saga of what's been going on over in ye old Britain place, you know, England in specific, with the whole, hey, we're trying to restrict access to trans healthcare thing. Not only are the wait lists incredibly long, which we've covered extensively, many YouTubers more talented than myself have covered them extensively. A lot of these countries with national healthcare services have crazy long wait lists because it's a segregated system where, you know, cisgender people can go to the doctor and say, hey, I'm having this, like, slight hormonal thing that I want to address. You know, like, if a woman is growing a mustache, she can probably go to her regular, normal gender doctor, sorry, not gender, general doctor, GP, general practitioner, and get, like, a prescription for estrogen birth control. She probably doesn't have to answer that many questions. She probably doesn't even have to get a blood draw. They'll probably just give her estrogen birth control, right? But a trans woman who's growing facial hair and doesn't like it is going to be sent to a different clinic where she has to wait forever to even be seen the very first time. She's going to have to answer a ton of very invasive questions that don't have anything to do with her facial hair. And then she may or may not receive the prescription in a timely fashion, right? There's a segregated system. And in specific, children's access to these medications, like, and when I say children, I mean like anyone under the age of 18. So teenagers' access to these medications is being increasingly restricted. They previously said, oh, we're not covering puberty blockers on the NHS anymore. Okay, because they need more data. So if you are trying to get healthcare as a trans youth through the NHS, they were like, well, why don't you go sign up for this clinical trial? Which is like, that's coercing people into a clinical trial, which is not cool. But also, I don't think that clinical trial has even started. So there's a bunch of teenagers waiting for access to this care, and they're going to age out. They're going to turn 18 and then, like, have to start all over with the adult wait list again. So that's happened. And then the most recent thing we covered about this was that all of the kids who are on the wait list for puberty blockers, and, like, let me be clear, it's not like, oh, they're making puberty blockers inaccessible, so they're just gonna put the kids on cross-sex hormones. Like, if you're 16 being put on blockers, it can prevent some further changes, but it doesn't start you on the path that you want to be on with your hormones. And it does not keep you on track with your peers. You end up delayed with your physical development behind your peers. But you're not allowed to do cross-sex hormones unless you've already been on blockers. So this is a de facto NHS ban so far. But yeah, the most recent thing we looked at was that they were contacting all of the youth on the waiting list and saying, oh, we want to do a mental health check-in and see how you're doing. And the secret behind that was that they were basically planning on starting investigations into the families of kids who, while they were waiting for care on the NHS, they went and got them care at a private clinic. The care at the private clinic is legal, or has been legal, except for this recent change that we're going to be discussing today. So like, if the NHS doesn't want to cover it with taxpayer money, that's one thing. And like, you can still pay a lot of money in addition to the tax money that you already pay into the NHS in order to access this care privately. But that's not the case anymore, because happy Pride, as of May 31st, letters were sent out from NHS England to parents of trans youth stating that they must immediately stop taking puberty blockers, even the ones that they have accessed legally through Gender GP and other private clinics, and that possession of puberty blockers will be considered a crime. This isn't like a law passed in the parliament. I think this is like an emergency, like it's the equivalent of an executive order for Americans who are not familiar with how this works. So like, yeah, the UK secretary uses emergency powers to criminalize possession of blockers. Right before Pride Month, this letter goes out to every patient on the waiting list for puberty blockers, stating that possession will be considered a crime. The letter follows an edict issued by Conservative Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, Victoria Mary Atkins, and it mandates that trans youth who obtained their blockers through private doctors must discontinue their medication. This letter and edict mean that the UK now has some of the harshest policies targeting trans youth of any liberal democracy in the world. This is such egregious government overreach that words fail me on this. Like with respect, this is how you get like a 5th of November all over again situation. Yeah, remember they're assuring you that they care about trans youth and they're aware of trans youth needs and they're focused on their health and good positive outcomes. But you're taking them off of medication that a doctor has deemed medically necessary and forcing them to go through what those teenagers are probably going to experience as a type of body horror as they watch their bodies change without their consent after having had the opportunity to pause this. That's all blockers do. They pause. And this kind of thing wouldn't fly in the United States because in the United States, we have the 14th Amendment. Like, this blows my mind as someone who's from America, because in the 14th Amendment, it says that you cannot treat people differently under the law because of who they are. Because here's the thing, cisgender kids, non-trans kids with precocious puberty, let's say, like if a non-trans girl starts her period at age 8 and it causes her like emotional distress and she starts developing breasts before all of her peers do, like it doesn't even have to be medically harmful in order for the doctors to give them this medication. So you're like, okay, we are giving these meds to certain kids because of who they are and not to other kids because of who they are. This is like the way that these keep getting struck down in the US is because the 14th Amendment. Nope, equal protection, equal protection, equal protection. You don't have the right to do this to people in my country. But yeah, whatever. Today, I've taken bold action to protect children following the CAS review, using emergency powers to ban puberty blockers for new treatments of gender dysphoria from private clinics and for all purposes from overseas prescribers into Great Britain. So sure, if you're a cis kid, you have to get it through the NHS. She linked to an edict declaring a, quote, emergency prohibition on puberty blockers in England, Wales, and Scotland, citing the Cass Review, which the Cass Review had a lot of kind of self-contradictory information in it, but the point of the Cass Review was supposed to be that, okay, we're looking into why there are such drastically long wait times. And ultimately, the message of the Cass Review was like, we need more coverage of these things. Like, we need more access to these medications. Yeah, someone said earlier, like, oh, they can't cite the Bible because that's not okay, so they're just going to keep citing the Cass Review. Like, that makes a difference? Yeah. Apparently, this prohibition comes because there's like a decades-old law that allows for the emergency prohibition of medications without the need for full legislative process. No vote was taken on this edict, and the order was issued just before Parliament dissolved for the general election, meaning that this cannot be overturned until after the general election. If then. The last and only time these powers were used was in response to deaths among users of an herb found in some Chinese medicine in 1999. So yeah, okay, there were deaths among users of an herb in 1999. There are no deaths associated with being on puberty blockers. There are, like, the only deaths associated with this are the deaths of people who kill themselves waiting to receive the care. Because you've just needlessly segregated the system, forcing people to go through arduous additional questioning. Like, adults who are seeking hormones are asked very in-depth questions about their masturbation habits and how they like to have sex and who they like to have sex with and what they imagine when they're having sex. Like, I don't think that those questions are much different for the youth. I don't actually know, because so few teenagers get through to the first appointment. We're talking like a years and years and years long wait just to talk to a person for the very first time about getting this care. You don't walk out of that appointment with a prescription. You then get scheduled, oh, come back in 3 months and we'll see if you still identify this way. Oh, well, you know, I've decided that you don't really fit the requirements, so come back in 6 months and see if you still identify this way. Just continuously kicking the can down the road, and people die waiting for this care. You're dangling it in front of them. It's the carrot. They can never, ever access it. So people leave the country, or people order these things from overseas, or people save up a shit ton of money and go to Gender GP, even though this care is covered for cisgender individuals. Puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, like testosterone blockers for women with PCOS, like all of these medications, which were invented for cis people, are being used by cis people, and they don't have to go through any kind of arduous extra process or psychiatric screening or anything. Just like, and for it to be a crime, is insane. The letter indicates that those receiving puberty blockers from the NHS can continue taking them. However, given the enormous wait list, a substantial number of families opted to get their puberty blockers through private practitioners registered in the European Economic Area or Switzerland, which is a fully legal practice in the United Kingdom. For those receiving their care through those systems, the letter states, you will need to stop taking these blockers unless you are newly prescribed them by a UK-registered doctor, nurse, or pharmacist. These medications can be safely stopped and you do not need to be weaned off. Oh, okay, sure, yeah, you can just say that. Like these medications can be safely stopped. Like, yeah, there's probably no immediate medical danger, but there is an immediate psychiatric impact to this. Like, that's wild. Yeah, like, how can you sit there and say, ooh, I don't want to pay for this with my tax dollars, and then go and ban the private clinics too? And I don't disagree with the premise that, like, it's because they want trans people dead. If you know that people like have like a suicidal tendency if they're not receiving this medication, if they're not receiving this care, if they're not being affirmed, and you do these things anyway, you are doing it knowingly, in my opinion. This is social murder. This is the phrase. Like, social murder is the concept that, like, if you, you don't have workplace protections that make sure people always have a job, and you restrict their ability to get on welfare, and that you restrict food stamps and stuff, and that person starves to death, who's responsible for that? It's the politicians and the other people who are in charge of these kind of care systems. Like, okay, you're telling me that I need a job in order to in order to like earn food and live, right? But if you're like disabled, or, if you're transgender and nobody wants to hire you because of that, if there are not adequate workplace protections or adequate accommodations for you, and then you can't work, and then also like food stamps has a work requirement. I was on food stamps, and there, like, if you have a job, like an employer and like a W-9 and everything, you have to work a certain number of hours per week or per month in order to get food stamps. So if you're like disabled and you can't work, and you've been trying to get on disability, but you've been denied 3 times, like, again, if you starve to death, whose fault is that? That is social murder. This is the same thing. If you know that people suffer, and like suicide and like self-harm, suicidal behaviors, like those are health outcomes. They are negative health outcomes. They are causing negative health outcomes by doing this. Yeah, and for some people, even their disability income has a work requirement. Like, what the fuck? I believe that if they could tell trans people to kill themselves openly, they would by this point. I just don't think they're there yet. Well, yeah. It seems like with like, they're not willing to say it with their chest, but they are willing to say it out the sides of their mouth. So it's critical to note that this edict does not only target providers of medication, it also targets patients and their families. The letter stating, it will be a criminal offense to possess these medicines where the individual had reasonable cause to know that the medicine had been sold or supplied in breach of the ban. When asked about the provision, Joe Mom, who I don't know who that is, says, it basically says puberty blockers are being treated like other illegal drugs, such as cocaine and heroin. Followed up with the applicable law, which indicates that those who violate the ban could be imprisoned for 2 years. So if you are a supportive parent, you saw how badly your child was suffering, and so you got them registered on the wait list at the NHS. And they were waiting so long on the NHS waitlist, and you saw that your child was suffering, and you said, okay, we're going to have to make some sacrifices, and I'm going to have to take on some more hours at work, but we're going to go through the private clinic. We're going to pay the extra money and get you this health care. To know that your child is about to be taken off of medication that has been life-changing in a positive manner. If you try to possess these drugs, like if you try to order these from overseas so that your kid can continue to be on them, you could go to jail for 2 years as a loving, affirmative parent who's trying to do the best thing for your kid. It's been confirmed by a doctor at the private clinic that your kid needs this medication, and the government is stepping in with no fucking evidence to say, well, this is harmful. It's just as bad as this herbal medication that was causing deaths in 1999, and now it's a crime. Like, there's going to be a mass exodus of people out of this country, whether they kill themselves or whether they emigrate somewhere else. Yeah, most European states have equality under the law enshrined in the Constitution, just like America. However, the UK doesn't really have a constitution, and they left the EU because of the HR Charter. Yeah, they don't. Their government is literally just like built on paper. like it's like tissue paper. It's a house of cards made out of tissue paper. It's gonna collapse at any moment. It's insane over there. And of course, yeah, this is following the publication of the Cass Review, which has been highly politicized, developed with a secretive list of advisors, some of whom were found to be meeting regularly with political operatives of Governor Ron DeSantis. Oh, nope, not what I wanted. One advisor held numerous meetings with DeSantis' handpicked anti-trans doctors, according to court documents challenging actions taken by Florida targeting trans care. Even Dr. Cass herself attended at least one of these meetings. Both the Endocrine Society and the American Academy of Pediatrics have since issued statements rejecting the Cass Review, stating, quote, medical evidence, not politics, should inform treatment decisions. So the whole Cass Review, like people, like medical professionals who know what the fuck they're talking about, have come in and said, this is a political stunt. This like is obviously highly politicized, and it's like highly suspect. They decided to look at studies that affirmed their position and discount every single study that countered their position that, providing this medication to teenagers is bad. Even in the United States, where we have a ton of like anti-trans places here, no state has explicitly criminalized the possession of gender-affirming care medications. The closest any state has come was in Texas, because in 2022, the governor attempted to investigate the parents of trans youth for child abuse. Those investigations were subsequently blocked by Texas judges who are conservative. Aaron continues, there may still be more avenues to access medication in the UK. The order does not cover hormone therapy, for instance, so some trans youth who are taking blockers could potentially opt to just switch over to hormone therapy earlier than they had originally planned. Additionally, puberty blockers can be administered via injection or implantation, which might provide alternative methods for those affected. Yeah, are you going to be criminally held liable for an implant in your body, which is slowly releasing the medication? So I guess it is like a good thing that they had the oversight. Like they failed to cover like hormone therapy. So yeah, if you're 16 and you're on puberty blockers and now that's been criminalized, you can still go to Gender GP, the private clinic, and say, hey, I'm ready to start cross-sex hormones. That's not been made illegal at this time. Although I don't doubt that it will. Well, I don't know. The government, you're about to have like a big election over there, so maybe they don't have the ability to do that right this second. People forget the UK is a family-owned theocracy. Fundamentally, it's no different than North Korea. Everything else is contingent. Yeah, that's fair. There's a statement from Gender GP saying, we know that the interference in medicine and healthcare by the government will lead to serious harm for millions of patients and even death, including those within the trans community. We remain committed to working with the government and the community to find solutions to prevent harm wherever it exists. There's also a crowdfund that's trying to prepare a legal challenge to these regulations. So it's a good thing that at least these kids can just start cross-sex hormones, again, if they can afford care through Gender GP. Now, I will say, if you're interested, so first of all, you can go and find the Good Law Project. This is aaroninthemorning.com. If you want like the ability to read the article yourself, Aaron in the Morning has this. And she links out to the crowdfund from the Good Law Project requesting donations to prepare a legal challenge. But also, if you want to donate to Gender GP has a fund where, so when you donate to them, you don't really donate to Gender GP. You donate to this fund, which then gets used to help cover the care and treatment for folks who cannot afford it. I know Finster did a big donation to them a while back. So if you want to help, you know, obviously we've spoken about how, like, yeah, you use your tax money to pay for the NHS, but the NHS won't cover it. So going the private route can be more expensive. So if you want to help folks who want to get this care, who can't get it on the NHS, particularly trans youth, you can donate directly to Gender GP, to their fund, and they use that to help people who can't afford it otherwise, basically. Yeah, true. The decades of research, thousands of years of history, and lived experience of millions of trans people, that's all just political capturing at work. Of course, this one doctor who is observably doing a terrible job, we can totally trust her. Yeah, the veneer covering the genocidal intent is basically non-existent. Like, they're not even trying to pretend like they care about the health and well-being of these kids. They're not trying to say, you know, we're gonna fast track all this stupid research that we say still needs to be done, even though we have decades and decades of research, not just for cis kids, but also for trans kids. If you put folks on puberty blockers, usually that means they've already been through rigorous testing, rigorous psychiatric study, such that the ones that we put on blockers, almost 100% of them go on to take cross-sex hormones because the requirements are so high that they're not allowing people through who probably need it, but who the cisgender gatekeepers aren't sure. I've decided as a cis person that you as a trans person don't know what the hell you really want. And I've decided to deny you healthcare because I think I know better what it means to be trans. The hubris and the entitlement is just off the charts. Like, I just cannot fathom being like, I have absolutely no personal experience with this. Let me go ahead and tell you what you need. But yes, I will reiterate, Gender GP is still open and functioning. You can support them directly, and that will support trans people directly in receiving this care. If you see trans people in the UK like starting up GoFundMes to leave the country, do your best to support them as well. Whether that's donating to the GoFundMe, whether that's offering them a couch to land on when they get out of the country, like anything, any kind of assistance that you can provide to these people, because it's inhumane. At least in the US, we have informed consent. At least in the US, you can move to a different state, and the federal law is not hampering you in this way. It's unconscionable. And it's like ratcheted up so fast. And the justification is so flimsy. If there's not like a significant retaliation after this, I'm gonna be seriously surprised. So yeah, happy Pride. Good luck to y'all over across the pond. I hope that the legal challenges go well. I hope that you can afford to leave the country or get the care that you need, however that's gonna be done. All right, let's call that one for now. I said all I can say about that. Okay, let's put it in notes. Notes for... shit. Puberty blockers illegal now. There we go. Cool. We did it. We covered the news. Why would there be any retribution? Oh, I meant like... remember the 5th of November. Like, retribution. Yeah, in Minecraft, etc., etc. Like, these people think that they're safe in their beds. That's the fucking crazy thing to me. Like, you really think you're safe? Do you? Not my country. I'm not about to fly over there and start doing crazy shit, but would not blame anybody who does. Bug, great name, says I just got kicked off food stamps for not meeting the work requirements for able-bodied adults, which I'm not even. I'm self-employed and meet the minimum hours, but don't make more than minimum wage every hour. So they just don't count those hours as work. It's the dumbest, most fucked up thing. What? Reminder, these are the same people who demand trans women must pass or be criminalized completely, and they want to delay HRT and ban puberty blockers. Yeah, like you want these people, like, on the one hand, they say we want these people to pass and, like, they deserve violence against them if they don't pass. But then also on the other hand, I mean, I've made this argument before. It's a way of marking them. If you deny puberty blockers and you delay HRT, that's a way of making sure that these people look trans for the rest of their lives. You're marking them. In what way is that different than a pink triangle? It's not. I've been called intellectually dishonest for taking this position, but I think you'd have to be a fucking moron not to see the obvious. We have to make peace with tankies, or else who will drive the tanks? Listen. So I think I'm gonna make some kind of dessert with my saffron. Maybe I'll make the tea to just get the basic flavor of it. And then I can try, like, some dessert type things with the saffron. I think that might be good. Still 69 viewers in here. Nice. I don't think we're gonna hit the donation goal today, but that's okay. Y'all are missing out. I'm bulking and y'all are missing out. Ugh. And I think I can't decide, because I really do want to switch back to a cut, but it's like I want to bulk for a little bit first and then switch back to a cut, and I want to be really aggressive with the cut. Like, I was at like 154 and I ended up bringing it down to like 147 or something, and I'm gonna gain it back. Saffron panna cotta. Okay. St. Lucia buns, saffron tea infused ice cream. Yeah, what is panna cotta? Ah, see, it doesn't tell me when you get the 3 months, so I only counted it as 5. But that would bring us up to... Oh my god, I fucking hate you. 38. Okay, the way we actually ended on 38. Stick with the bulk and build something to cut back on. What? I just have so much belly right now that I don't want. St. Lucia buns are like the ones I showed you. Okay. Panna cotta is Italian custard that's quite easy to make. 5-ingredient recipe captures the dish's famously rich, tender texture. Ooh, okay. Fresh berry sauce. Yeah, quick, somebody donate $62. If I'm being honest, this tank top might actually have some side boob in it, but I don't know. You're not gonna find out today. It doesn't look like. Saffron panna cotta. Let me look up specifically that to see if there's a recipe. Saffron panna cotta. Oh, that looks so good. It's got this like beautiful yellow color. It looks so gorgeous. Swass? What? What? Oh, sauce. Okay, I was like, what? Yeah, some tasty sauce. Saffron panna cotta needs cream, saffron, milk, gelatin sheets, and vanilla extract. I put bun recipe on Discord. Ooh, okay. Lux, if you don't flex, I'll be forced to inform people I post many flexes on my Twitter. It's true. Mama Mephistopheles gets the benefit of some free advertisement. If you follow Mama Mephistopheles on Twitter and Blue Sky, you can see the nudes. If I remember correctly, for those that want the side boob, there are other platforms that may have things like it. I think the closest I've ever come to posting side boob on Fansly was like I was showing off a cute bra that I got. And I did like I smushed the boob and the bra. That's the closest it's come. Mama, post your Twitter handle. Post it. Free advertisement. Schmoosh. The midsection can be annoying. Part of it is that the Renaissance Festival is in like September, and I'm gonna be wearing a midriff exposing shirt. So honestly, part of me wants to just go like hardcore cut until then. Like, honestly. But I'm at least gonna keep bulking through June. And then I'll decide what I'm gonna do. Like 2 months of cut. I think, yeah, I'm probably gonna do 2 months of cut. Complain. I need to finish making my shirt. My leaf shirt. And then my friend made me some horns. Some like deer. What are they called? Antlers. And like a headband. And then I need to take... I need to put some mushrooms on the headband. And then I'll be ready for Ren Fair. So ready. Yeah, I know. Ugh. Absurd. So yeah, I'll bulk out for the rest of the month, and then I'll probably switch to a hardcore cut and just try to do as much as I can in those 2 months. Don't do 2 months of cut, do 2 moths of cut. It's the same amount of time it takes for the flap of a moth's wings to become a hurricane. I wish it worked that way. Just like exponential cut. Oh, I gotta check out Doe's Twitter later too. Tasty and delicious. Okay, I am hot, and you aren't gonna pay me to take off my hoodie, so I have to end the stream so I can take off my hoodie and stop being so warm. Because goodness, it's warm in here. I keep wanting to do a cut, but then I'm like, ooh, mac and cheese. You can eat mac and cheese, you just have to factor that into your total day's worth of calories, you know? Just do more cardio, and then you'll be good. Alright. Do one more dance with the flags, and then I'm ready to get out of here. So, thank you all for hanging out. appreciate you. Yeah, it's kind of like Lugia's wings. I guess a little bit. Be good, my horties. Okay? And if you don't want to be good, then at least don't get caught, okay? That's what's important. Don't get in trouble. All right.